Hello, and welcome to CCA Circuit Qualifier number 4. I'm Sasu here with my buddy DH, and we are going to be taking a look at TAMU Gray versus the Tidebreakers from, I believe, University of Houston. But before we get into that, DH, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited to get into some CCA action here today. And really, it's been a good weekend of Splatoon. We had the NA League last week. We had some good matches there. We had a couple lands as well. I tuned in for H-Town Splashdown a bit with these two Texas teams. So, we'll see there. But, excited to cap it off with some more action here.
Yeah, listen, the Texas Splatoon clearly has just been in full force this entire time. We're taking a look at both of these rosters here. Gonna be excited to see what it'll be out of these teams, especially because it seems like TAMU Gray has been like, listen, we're keeping all of our weapons a secret. We're not letting you know any of the trade secrets, what's in the secret sauce, because they have absolutely no weapons listed.
Yeah, it's anyone's guess there at this point, and it looks like we're going to be starting pretty soon here with Clam Blitz Robo Ramen. Interesting map you don't see in a ton of tournaments, but it's CCA. The map lists are always throwing you off a little bit here, but let's see what we have here to get started.
Yeah, at the very least, certainly nothing unplayable, so to speak. I think you see a Clam Blitz Robo Ramen from time to time. Hopefully, whatever is happening with whomever's internet, let's get that ping up. But I gotta say, right off the start, I'm seeing a Forge, and if it's anything that anyone knows about me, DH, it's that I love to see a Forge.
Yeah, Forge, it's been more common recently, but one thing that's caught my eye is the arrow spray with the Booyah Bomb there coming out for Tidebreakers to 21 there. And it looks like a little bit of lag there. That paint is coming out a bit delayed, but I guess we'll play on as these teams get started here. Right now, TAMU Gray looks to be painting up mid pretty much in their control. Keeping an eye on the ink brush going underneath. They look to be coming back up through mid. Not really a ton of fights here to start, as 2 go down on the side of Tidebreakers. Make that 3 go down, so a good team fight win for TAMU Gray to start.
No, absolutely. And now, of course, this is going to be their time to push. Of course, you've got this Zimmy, I think, coming out with the bubble, which is huge. Of course, it's a little bit down from the elbow, but nonetheless going to take up a lot of space. And I think that TAMU Gray right now really well poised to just get that power clam in. But Hula Punk still holding on to it, does get it in at the last second. And I think TAMU Gray moving in there to take that space and also just have a subsequent DC.
Yeah, we saw some lag at the beginning from the air spray. It looks like their internet could not hold long. But I do believe that DC happened after the 4-minute mark, so I think that these teams are just going to have to play it out. It doesn't look like it's in the process of ending the game or anything. Now you see some people standing still. But, Tidebreakers, they're playing on. Like, it does not seem like they're quitting, even though they're the team with the VC there. So, I don't really know. Okay, there we go. So, it looks like the game is finally ended there.
Yeah,
but,
makes a lot of sense. Belabored the point a little bit by continuing to play. A little bit surprised that Tidebreakers didn't go for the immediate. I'm always very confused on what the rules are per tourney, because some, you mentioned the 4-minute mark, some are like 3 minutes, sometimes it's 40 points, you never know. I guess you do know if you take the rules, yeah.
Yeah, but I think from what it seemed like Tidebreakers was like playing that out. It really looked like TAMU Gray was the team that kind of stopped playing, even though they were the team that had all 4 members. So I guess that's interesting, but it doesn't really matter in the end because someone ended up ending it. So yeah.
Yeah, we might see a sort of rule booking, a sort of check on that to make sure everything was above board, because I think that you were mentioning the NA League. I had friends playing in the NA League during the bracket stage, and I think there was like a DC on the other team, and my friends, I think, just out of impulse ended the game. And I think that they actually got penalized the game due to, like, you can't end it after it's a certain time. So despite the fact that out of courtesy, they were ending the game, they ended up losing that game for ending it.
I mean, I think that's why I had the 4-minute mark in mind, because I believe that is the rules for the NA League specifically, but I'm not quite sure about the CCA rules, but I'm guessing that it's a little more lenient than that, which probably for the best. I mean, like, that game just started, like, TAMU barely got their first push off before the DC happened, so I think in that situation it's probably fine to replay there.
Yeah, and gladly they have some time to sort of, like, figure out what's going with, like, you know, the modem, because I think right off the top we knew that you ever queuing up, especially right now, the Splatfest is going on, a lot of people are getting in a lot of games, and you queue in, especially, you don't know the fear in your heart, true terror, until you get a 333 and then a long entry screen.
Oh yeah. I mean, yesterday when I was playing, I got 100x battle, and someone on the other team DC'd, so, I mean, obviously good for us, but I mean, you just gotta feel for the other team there. It's a brutal situation to be in, and probably a similar feeling in these tournaments like CCA Qualifier here today. I think Tidebreakers probably just thanking their lucky stars that the DC did not come with like 1.5 minutes left and came relatively early in the game, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I have seen some nasty DCs in my day. You've seen like these face-offs where you're at the edge of your seat and you're like, oh my gosh, who's going to win? And then something like 30 seconds out, a DC, and that's just kind of like all she wrote. And all I can do is just like give my condolences, because at that point, you know, what could you do? So at least, like you said, it was early. It can just kind of be replayed. I think right now we are waiting on one of the players that has some connection issues. And I'll be honest, this is a safe space, DH. I have been the person with the internet connections before. That's just messing up the whole room. That has been me. So I always have a good amount of empathy in my heart for the person who everyone's waiting on because I'm just restarting the game.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Like, I think for me, my entire team has had varying internet issues at several points. Like, it just kind of happens. There's often not a lot of explanation for it, but, you know, what's done is done. Put the DCs in the past, and we're gonna get back right into game one here. Take two, but these teams both eager to get started, get playing, and hopefully come out with a win here in game one.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we're going to be seeing those same weapons. You would not be allowed to switch either way, but also there is a DC from the same player. I don't know if there's anything that can necessarily be done about that. Both of these teams are waiting. Once again, we have Tidebreaker just moving forward nonetheless, I believe, but the battle has ended. That might be a forfeit. Once again, I haven't checked up on the rules there, but yeah, I'm thinking, if possible, we might be looking at a sub or something of that nature, because, like I said, I know what it's like for you to not even know what the problem is. The internet is like, I'm fine. What do you mean? Meanwhile, I'm DCing out of all of my games.
Yeah, I think even if you go back to that first attempt of game one before that player DC'd, like there was some definitely noticeable lag. Like, I think that this is probably more than just, like, your average, like, Nintendo moment or whatever, where just DC happens out of thin air. Like, it does feel like, I don't know if this person's internet connection is going to be able to last the whole time for 3 games, let alone even 1 game here. So, yeah. I mean, we'll see how Tidebreakers responds. They might find a sub. They might just have to forfeit a game or 2 there, but, yeah.
Yeah, definitely super unfortunate. I think, that might have to end in a forfeiture of that first game, bringing TAMU perhaps at a 1-0. Yes, they will be taking that game 1. So right now, Tidebreakers going into a bit of a deficit into that second game of Rainmaker, and now they're a little bit on the back foot, but at the very least, if they're able to find a sub, if they have a full roster, and conquer, you know, I'm starting to think the real thing that they have to conquer isn't TAMU, but perhaps these connectivity issues.
Yeah, they're really fighting a war on two fronts here. Like, assuming that they can somehow get 4 players in the room with stable internet connections. I think now they're already facing down a 1-0 deficit in the set as they move on to Museum Rain. I mean, I think the good news for Tidebreakers is that their loss that you guys currently see on the scoreboard, it's not because they were outplayed or lost a game or whatever. It's just due to circumstances outside of their control, outside of the nature of the game. And I think that if they are the better team, they can just win these next 2 games, assuming that they do get their internet issues all straightened out. And so I think that not all hope is lost. There's still, a chance for them to, just play 2 good games of Splatoon here on Museum Rain and Mai Resort next. But I think that, again, it comes down to internet issues, which, I mean, it sucks because, I mean, they don't really have any control over that. Like, it's not really fair to the team or their teammates or anything. But,
yeah, and it also is Swiss. It's play all 3. So regardless, they're going to have to get through all of these games. And like you said, they can just kind of reverse sweep it to a 1-2 and just come out of the entire set victorious at the end of the day. So not all hope is lost. And even if for whatever reason, fingers crossed that it does not happen, if they're still struggling into game 2, once again, with a play all 3, they still have the chance with that last game to get some points on the board. So we still trudge on, and once again, I'm just feeling like such a personal feeling of, oh gosh, like when your internet is just, especially as a handheld player,
same.
Eventually. Same. Wow, 2 handheld, but let's go on the mic. But I've got my little adapter
in chat and stream anywhere. Yeah, you gotta have the adapter.
Exactly. I got my adapter, and I got like a little extender for my router so that I could play wired handheld. Because I'm like, I've had enough of being the one with the Wi-Fi. So I've got my little adapter, so I'm like, when there's like lag, I'm like, baby, it's not me. I'm on LAN. Ask somebody else.
Exactly.
Hopefully, if any of these players are handheld.
Yeah, so we should be starting hopefully momentarily as we are moving on to game 2 here on Museum Rain. And as like part of me is thinking, like, are we going to get a game here? Are we going to get a full 5-minute game? Are we going to have all 8 players in for the whole duration of the game? I really hope so, because I do want to see how the set between these 2 teams plays out. We've seen some very interesting comps, not the very limited sample size we've had here. As TAMU Gray pulls out another interesting one, and we do see the Aerospray back for Tidebreakers as well. So again, these are some comps you're not going to see every day. But, I mean, at the same time, like, they all seem pretty powerful. You look at the Carbon on Tidebreakers, you look at the Dread, the new Jet Sculpture on TAMU Gray. This could be very interesting here.
Yeah, and I think also of note is that TAMU Gray, of course, is going at this coolerless. Once again, they are just so trustworthy in their ability to get those picks, and you see exactly why. 2 members down already on Tidebreakers, as I think TAMU Gray moves forward to get essentially what seems like a free check, but I think at the last second, all of the members of Tidebreakers are able to respawn in and stop that check from being stolen.
Yeah, it looked like someone painted the pedestal wall right before TAMU Gray was about to take that checkpoint, but it looks like they're going to get it now. It's Deathlock sneaks in with the splashdown and is able to get that checkpoint pretty easily. And so TAMU Gray already got the checkpoint down, looking that they're going to be able to pop again. That Booyah Bomb is going to try and get popped, but it's shredded by the Rainmaker shield, and they go down before even throwing it. Oof, on this heavy Edis Bomb is going to take a fight there. Or, pardon me, that's a mini spotlight. Deathmoth is going to go and get it all the way to 27, so good points to start here for TAMU Gray.
Absolutely. Did a really good job just eking out that point. Sometimes that's all you have to do, especially on a place like Museum, because getting it all the way to that final check can be absolutely difficult given how people spawn in. So you see Tidebreakers already just trying to clean up their plat. This splashdown comes out. It finds 1 victim, and they also move forward after getting a pick on that heavy edit, which is even huger because that means, of course, Tidebreakers does not have access to their cooler. So once again, TAMU Gray getting in there, putting a lot of pressure, seeing what they can do in order to grab that Rainmaker and seal the deal here.
I mean, Tiebreakers, they were in a bit of trouble there because they did not drop that Rainmaker off plat when they died with it, but TAMU did not really take advantage of it. They let it reset. They're opting to play more patiently instead of just running for points. I do think they could have gotten a couple more points there if they'd gone for it because Tiebreakers was 3 down at one point, but now it's kind of resetting back to a neutral state. Although maybe not, as TAMU gets a quick succession of kills. They get a full wipeout on Tiebreakers, and they're right back in business here. Halley is going to run this Rainmaker. They get 1 point before dying here. TAMU does go 2 down throughout that, so Tiebreakers is going to look to settle down more and maybe recenter a bit after a half of the game that has been all TAMU at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. That is going to be super difficult to just defend like this. Tidebreakers, one of their members going down, make that 2, as especially this bubble makes it so if anyone goes down, once again, they're coolerless, but they still have these opportunities to get back in. The splashdown is going to pop that Rainmaker, and the points just tick down. Halley once again going for the dunk and gets it done, leading TAMU to a 2-0 in this set.
Yeah, really down performance overall by TAMU. They were able to get the Rainmaker in front of Spinner, kind of towards the end pedestal a lot of the time, and even though they didn't knock out in their first couple of attempts, they were able to kind of whittle down Tidebreakers, perpetuate a stagger on them to the point where eventually they just couldn't recover, and they were able to just dunk it for the KO at the end there. So really well played game by TAMU. Felt like they controlled the pace for a grand majority of that, and yeah, they will take the 2-0 lead. They will take the set win, even though we got one more game coming up still. And yeah.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. What a dominant game. Unfortunately, Tidebreakers had a really difficult time getting off of their own plat. It seemed like they were on the back foot the entire time. And quite frankly, we were talking about how difficult it was that they were dealing with these Wi-Fi issues, but also there's sort of the mental toll of just giving up a game, not having to play it as well. So we might have been seeing a little bit of that with them just being on the defense the entire game. But of course, we will be heading into Mahi Mahi Resort zones, which I think very interesting place. Of course, you have that switch in terms of there being more space once you hit the 60-point mark. And I think we also have to look at how AoE is going to affect the gameplay here, because if people switch to, say, blasters, sloshers, it's just going to be super difficult for the team on the defense to drop.
Yeah, I think the key to this map is how do you drop, especially if you're coming out of a lockout, because it's so punishing to the team that's trying to get out of the lockout, trying to drop into mid. Teams often go all the way to the far left on islands to kind of circumvent that, but that's pretty far away from objective, pretty far away from a lot of the action at times. So I think really what these teams need to figure out is what is our answer to being knocked out here. I think particularly with Tidebreakers, is like you want that carbon to be in mid as much as possible if they do run the carbon here again for game 3. And once that carbon gets locked out, it becomes much harder for them to kind of create offense, create kills. So very interesting to see how these teams are going to approach that as we get into game 3 here.
Yeah, especially because Tidebreakers, of course, we saw that TAMU was coolerless, and Tidebreakers, on the other hand, does have that cooler, but we did see their heavy edit splat lane going down a few times. So if they have that carbon in position, getting these critical picks, I think that could put them in a really good place where they're simply outpacing TAMU, keeping them down essentially in respawn, and they might be able to take that game that way. But let's see if we see some switches, and already we do.
Yeah, I believe we saw the brush in game 1 for TAMU, but did not come out game 2. But nonetheless, it's back out here. That's grass on that brush. And we also see the gold Nautilus come out. That's not something we've seen yet either for TAMU. So a couple of comp switches for there. For Tidebreakers, we do see the Wiper and the Ampere dualies come out. That's a couple of new stuff for them as well. As we look to get started. Halley on that Nautilus is going to find 2 almost immediately off the bat. And TAMU, they look to be in business again. The stamp is going to come out for that Wiper. I believe that's 21, formerly on the Aerospray the last couple of games. They managed to get a trade out of it. So TAMU, they have control of the zone. They have tried to control mid, although it's kind of calmed down at this point.
Yeah, and I think that Tidebreaker has been brought into a bit of a stagger. You see Halley just waiting there for them to drop. It seems as though Tidebreakers is just having a lot of difficulty figuring out how it is they're going to get in. And you see, I think the heavy edit splatling on Tidebreakers just being pincered there. And yeah, I'm just noticing that at almost all times you're seeing at least one member down, but finally 21, I think, able to get a triple if I'm not mistaken, finally giving Tidebreakers that first and closing it out, I think, with the fourth member into a quad. That is a delayed wipe on TAMU Gray, which is exactly the momentum that Tidebreakers needed, seeing as though TAMU Gray made a really nasty push all the way down to 18.
Yeah, that quad by 21 is exactly what Tidebreakers need. It puts a big penalty on TAMU Gray, although I don't know if this control is going to last for long. As 3 specials come out for TAMU Gray, they get control of zone. Tidebreakers practically wiped out from mid as that last one goes down, and they're going to have to do a full-on retake. They are locked out at this point. They do have some time to work with. The set penalty is still pretty high for TAMU Gray, but as of now, they need to pull their resources. They need to be careful when they drop. And 21, last time they got a lot of value with that hammer, but they're going to get shot immediately. They will not get a quad this time. Move on that mini spot, and they've been great this game. They're going to get picked off, and Tidebreakers is going to take control of the zone again and put yet another big penalty on TAMU Gray.
Absolutely, and you see that they've also stopped them from making any real progress. Aaron with the splashdown going to claim 1. You have 2 down on either side. So I think we have yet another splashdown. It seems to be Battle of the Splashdown, and very unfortunately, that is going to be a DC, but I could be wrong. I think by all measures, that DC is after any sort of hope for restarting there. So TAMU Gray is just going to have to lock in and see what they can do, which might be possible with, I think, Grass getting a double there, but 21 at it once again with the triple, and that is just about going to be a wipeout, seeing as though there's only 3 members left. But yeah, perhaps there's a little bit of breaking going on, or alternately, maybe 21 was a little bit still trying to get a clip in there.
Yeah, I thought they were pausing to get the clip, because that's another hammer there. As they do see another hammer come up from Gray. So TAMU Gray, despite being a person down here, despite fighting this 3v4, they have capped again. They still maintain a good lead. They're working through that penalty relatively quickly, but they have to be very careful. Any mistake could be deadly for them as they try to survive in this game. Tidebreakers rolls in, they cap that zone again. This game is not over by any means, even though it is a 3v4. Tidebreakers need to hold on the zone for a good bit longer. They probably need to win at least one more team fight, as GGA is on the edit. They're trying to flank around, get some damage on that Nautilus. Grass's Stamp is going to find 1. Tidebreakers is 2 down. Stamp finds another one. Grass gets 3. He's going to die in that splashdown, but not for TAMU Gray. Caps again, and just like that, Tidebreakers, they're 3 down. TAMU Gray is working through this penalty very fast, and Tidebreakers, they have to hurry unless they want this game to get away from them.
But once again, we see a little bit of a stagger. You have their carbon going down. Absolutely not what they want to see. 21 hoping to get some good work done in here with the hammer once again. Only going to claim 1, but into a wipeout means that Tidebreakers once again can start working on their penalty. We have a little bit of a booyah there from Zoe as Aaron just cleans up the mess, trying to make it harder for TAMU Gray to advance ultimately. And finally, they've made it through their penalty. They've got points on the board, but one thing about TAMU Gray is that look at their specials. They're all extremely aggressive, all going to be super tough here. And you see Hula Punk showing just that with a splashdown. They do lock in. The numbers are ticking. And I think with Hula Punk being alone, we might see a lead switch here.
Yeah, 2 go down on the side of Tidebreakers, but they get the lead right before TAMU Gray caps his own. So TAMU Gray, they will have to come back. Their penalty is not that big, so it's not impossible by any means, but they have work to do. 21 on that Stamp is going to try and chase down another kill. Grass is going to pop their own stat, finds 1, cannot get the second one, as 21 cleans that up. Tidebreakers takes control of the zone again with just 9 seconds left and only 1 person alive for TAMU Gray. This might be it. Hula Punk on the Nautilus is going to have to find something, anything, if they want to have a chance. They get the splash on off, but it's not going to be in time. If the game lasted just a couple more seconds, they would have capped and forced overtime, but Tidebreakers, they hold on to win the very, very close 3v4, which they scrape by just 1 point. Wow.
Yeah, not very common that you see a shorthanded team put up such an intense fight, but when you think about it, I think Tidebreakers, they had to concede that first game for sure because of the DC, and this time it was TAMU Gray who had the DC, so I think perhaps it is simply balance in life that both TAMU Gray and Tidebreakers would end up essentially conceding a game due to a member whose internet was just simply not kind to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And credit to TAMU Gray. They put a hell of a performance on despite having a DC happen like I want to say midway through the game. And I think Hula Punk on that Nautilus was excellent. They got many kills that kept their team. They're getting grass on the brush with their ultra stamps. They were really pivotal in kind of letting 21 letting TAMU Gray make that game as close as it was. But I mean, Tidebreakers, they took care of business. I looked at 21 on that wiper. They had many, many good hammer plays there after being the 1-2 DC in game one. It's good to see them kind of rebound after that, put that incident behind them and really lock in to kind of get their team the victory there. And even though they lose the set, like it's still good for morale, good for the rest of the tournament. This is only the first set of probably a longer tournament. So I hope that they can use this to kind of build momentum for their next set here.
Yeah, absolutely. And quite frankly, even when you lose a game, when you get a clip out of it, it's it's kind of worth it at the end of the day because that will live on your Switch and you can go back and check up on that whenever you like. So definitely gotta give a shout out. I think it was to 21 there for getting just multiple clips with that hammer, and of course to Tamu Gray, who coolerless put in some really strong work in both of those games we got to watch. But in the meantime, we are going to be taking a little bit of a break. Of course, we are on SplatoonTourney, but CCA is also playing, I believe, on the IPL channel. So I personally suggest you keep another tab open. You just go from tab to tab whenever the other one goes on break. But don't go anywhere, unless it's the IPL channel, because we'll be going on a short break.
said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No. Who am I to let you down, down, down? If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Hello and welcome back to CCA Circuit Qualifier number 4. I am DHVF. I am joined here today by Sasu, and we got some more action coming up here for our round 2 of Swiss. Right now we have some Division 2 action between Are You Ready from Rowan University in New Jersey versus the Moray Monarchs at University of North Carolina at Greensboro. And here, like, we have some, after our first set, which had a little bit of internet issues, a little technical difficulties, ready to move into Div 2 action here. And yeah, as you can see here, we have one person listing weapons for Are You Ready? T-Tech, Wiper, Zap, and another Wiper there. And on the side of Moray Monarchs, we have some more varied stuff. I see a Charger player there, I see a Brush player, so we could be in for some good matches here. But looks like our first map is going to be Tower Control and Manta Maria. And Sasu, do you have any thoughts on that, man?
Listen, everybody knows I love a Forge, but the people who really know that I love a Clash Blaster. Now, I'm not expecting to see Clash Blaster out of any of these teams. Perhaps a blaster that makes a little bit more sense, let's say. But as a blaster player in that right, I love a Manta Maria tower, of course. The tower, its pathing puts it in a lot of places that are very compact, where a splashdown or a booyah bomb, or just a blaster's AoE can do some really nasty work. So I'm looking forward to the AoE that either of these teams might be bringing to the table.
Yeah, I think this is a tower map where a lot of the action can be very condensed into small areas. Like, I think about that second checkpoint in the street there. Like, I think when the tower eventually gets there for either side, like when you're in offense or on defense. Like I think it just gets pretty chaotic with that AoE. They're often like lots of people condensed in small areas that can be great for blasters, brushes, really anything that can hit multiple people at once. So that'll be very interesting to see how these teams react to that, how they position around them, maybe try and be less condensed when they are pushing, when they're defending, just to avoid that impact of the AoE. But it looks like we are going to get started right here for Tower Manta.
Actually, what I'm interesting to see is that I believe one of the members already, we have a pencil here, but oh, interesting. I think on Moray Monarchs, there was someone who listed themselves as being a backline player that essentially only played one-hit chargers, and I would argue that Manta Maria, well known for being a very weak charger map. You see a lot of people switch to a heavy edit Splatling here, but apparently not here. Instead, we have a Zap and someone deciding to stick it out with Pencil, but already first blood is drawn. One member down on each team is going to mean that perhaps they're just kind of biding their time to see what they can get done before they start pushing, and it is Moray Monarchs that comes out first, getting to that first checkpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I want to take a moment to highlight these comps here, because Are You Ready? They have a pretty standard comp with the pencil and the 3 aggro weapons, but Moray Monarchs, they have 2 short-range shooters and 2 brushes. That's not a comp you're going to see very often here. As last troop on that wiper, they're going to find one with the hammerhead, and teammate picks off a second one, so Moray Monarchs' push is going to stagnate a bit after getting that first checkpoint here. As Are You Ready? They look to get back into mid. Jobs on this pencil, trying to pressure that bunker. I believe the Zap for Moray Monarchs is up there. It looks like Ash9 on the brush is behind. Are You Ready? They're going to pop the Zipcaster, trying to find a kill on Chubbs on that pencil. They're going to find it. Ash9 is going to keep going with the Zipcaster, and they're going to recall. They're going to be saved by a teammate killing the Stamp that was right on their recall. So Moray Monarchs, they're in business. They've already gotten past this first checkpoint. They find another kill on the dualies there, and they look to be able to get past the second checkpoint, hopefully soon.
Yeah, and listen, I know we already highlighted these comps, but also, of course, we have Linkle's 1 here, not only on a paintbrush, but particularly the vanilla paintbrush, the one that has that wave breaker instead of the missiles. So very interesting choice there. 2 members are down right now for Moray Monarchs, finally allowing Are You Ready to start trying their hand at putting some points on the board. But you're seeing in that top right, perhaps why they decided to run those brushes. Linkles is up there in that bunker area, just sloshing and swishing away at the members, gonna get that double and steal the tower for themselves. So now Moray Monarchs stopping that really tiny push right in its tracks, and already taking their bunker to put themselves in a fantastic position for their push.
I mean, just like that, Moray Monarchs, they're on the offensive again. They're getting points. Ash9 going to look for something with that Zipcaster. They're not going to find any kills. Linkles is going to get to 34. A jumping gets 32. It gets a trade there as well. But Are You Ready? They clean up despite bleeding a couple points there. And I think at this point, they really need to look to kind of not losing momentum when they transition into their offensive push here. Last troop does have that hammer ready. We'll see if they can get something with that. Linkles going to try and pressure them off the bunker. Last troop's going to have to go back into street. Linkles keeps going, finds one. Hammers pop, gets the trade back on Linkles there. Last troop's going to continue to go for that hammer, but they die after throwing it. So that's looks like that the momentum is kind of stalled out for Are You Ready? As Moray Monarchs, they're going to try and push again. They have 2 specials, one of them being that cooler on Tapu Masu. Lu's going to find a kill in mid there. And right now, it looks like they're going to push yet again. I mean, look at this map. There's so much blue everywhere, and they look just primed to get a good push here.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, Are You Ready is just struggling with the fact that they're very defensive, it feels like. Like, of course, when you look at their specials, they've got 2 bubbles going on here. So obviously that was intended for the tower, but if they're struggling to get into the tower, not to mention that like you're talking about, all the blue, Moray Monarchs just has so much paint down. Every single weapon just expounds this paint as it shoots. So the whole map is looking to be blue. I think that last person just being hunted down here by Ashy9 as they just continue to put on this offensive. And now we're heading up on the last minute of the game. And so far, Are You Ready? Not even necessarily able to try their hand on the second checkpoint here. It seems like the tower just has Moray Monarch's name all over it. So last troop trying to finally get on the tower, but as they'll basically only true offensive team member with an offensive special. They are just having trouble managing all of these people. Though they do get that pick at that point. Let's see if they can keep going with this double.
Last troop, they find two there as it looks like the bubbles fucked a bit too early. It's going to be much smaller. Looks like they're just trying to cuddle in, survive on that tower, but two go down. I believe that's Linkle's on the paintbrush that finds two. Moray Monarchs is collapsing around that tower. Takumasu building space around there. There's no one really near that tower. RUA needs to get people to just even on the tower to force overtime, but it doesn't look like they're going to get there quite in time. Ashi9 gets it. They're going to move forward with it, and that'll be it. Moray Monarchs, they take game one in a pretty convincing fashion, I'd say. Felt like they controlled the pace of that game for pretty much all of it. They sustained control in mid for about as long as you want them to, and they take a 1-0 lead here in this set.
Yeah, a very dominant game. I feel as though Are You Ready's comp just kind of built around what happens once they get their momentum going. You know, when they have those bubbles on the towers, they can just kind of cycle them. But it seemed like there was a bit of a failure to launch for them. They weren't quite able to defend the tower because they weren't able to get on it. So definitely agree, Moray Monarchs with an extremely dominant win where it felt as though the tower was basically only in their hands and they were getting all the picks. But we will be heading into Clam Blitz on Umami Ruins, and that is, I would argue, not good news for Are You Ready, seeing as though Moray Monarchs, of course, famously had those two brushes.
Yeah, I mean, I think just the way that Moray Monarchs approached that last game, like, you think with a comp with 4 short-range weapons, two of them which are aggressive brushes that were taking flanks a lot, they were taking aggressive positions a lot, you think that they'd wipe out a lot, they think they have to plan a blackout, you think that they would be able to stay in their offensive pushes as much, but that could not be farther from the truth. They did an excellent job of sustaining. They never really felt like they got locked out, even when they committed to pushing, when they committed to flanking. Like, it felt like they were always ready to recuperate back in mid and never really give Are You Ready a chance to come back and start their own counter push. But I think that's just an excellent job considering the comp they were running, which doesn't lend itself to sustaining in mid as much as some other comps like Are You Ready's comp, which had the pencil, which had the 2 bubbles, which definitely was more defensive oriented. So I think just an amazing job there for Moray Monarchs to execute and kind of like mitigate some of the weaknesses of their comp there. So really good job there. And you said earlier, we are moving to Umami Clams here for game 2. And I think this could be interesting because I think if Moray Monarchs plays the way that they did last game and had their ability to stay in mid, not give up counter pushes, I think that they will have a good time in this map. But I think at the same time, I think this map could also be good for Are You Ready in that they have a lot of resources. They have the pencil, they have the bubbles, they have roller, they have a lot of things that can be used to hold on defense and, you know, prevent like Moray Monarchs from just running at them. There's not as many flank routes on this map as well when you're trying to go to basket compared to Manta as well. So I think that Moray Monarchs are going to have to be forced to keep going, you know, just up the middle ramp towards basket when they want to push rather than flanking around. And I think that could be an advantage for Are You Ready. It'll give them more time to react. It'll give them, you know, more pain around it. I think it'll just overall make it easier to deal with those brushes and even that shot. So, yeah.
Honestly, I'm expecting to see some changes here. Perhaps they weren't necessarily on roster, but I saw that there was a member of Moray Monarchs who, like I mentioned before, plays those one-shot chargers. Perhaps they switched off of it for the fact that we were on a stage that is just not very forgiving to charger players. But I would argue, despite the fact that we have those brushes, and brushes are classically really strong in a clam blitz, of course, they can just kind of break your ankles and run around with the ball and just kind of chuck that in when it's just really difficult to shoot them down, really. Are You Ready had that pencil, and I think that a pencil in top mid just chipping away at you, especially because this being Umami Ruins, you have those really nasty choke points to get into that basket. You have very little choice but to get through that really skinny area to finally go forward to the basket. And Umami also has an issue with staggering. It's super easy to stagger, and at a certain point, you just can't get out of that choke, can't get out of your own spawn. So if you have Are You Ready having that pencil and Moray Monarchs does not have a charger, I think that difference in range, having that pencil just kind of like being a gatekeeper to your choke and just tapping at you, everyone bombing it out, Moray Monarchs can end up stuck with really nowhere to go out of their choke if they get range diffed like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that the pieces are there for RUA to kind of win this game, tie up this set. I think they're, based on the comp that we saw last game, I think that there are ways for them to use that comp and use it to the fullest. I think they really need to focus on is hitting that pencil into very good spots, like on top mid, like on dome, kind of what you said, because once it gets there, and if it can stay there for long periods of time, you know, assuming that zip casters or paintbrushes or anything else can't displace it, then it can put a lot of chip damage, a lot of range difference onto Moray Monarchs, especially since they are a very short range team. Pencil by far outranges every weapon that we saw Moray Monarchs pull out last game. So I think that if they can utilize that properly, they will have an easier time there. I think one other thing to note is that if they can get Moray Monarchs to wipe out when they're pushing or whatever, or anything like that, I think that if they're fast enough to take advantage of the counter push with this team that can't really sustain as much with the weapons that they have. But we will see here. We are getting right into game 2. Moray Monarchs, the 1-0 lead over Are You Ready? Bit of a delay to start. Hopefully there's not an ill omen or anything like that.
Oh,
You see
very...
the Dynamo come out for Are You Ready? That's a bit of a shift from what we saw. And we see the pencil come out for Moray Monarchs, so they will have their own pencil to match Are You Ready's pencil, but they now go to 2 shots, 1 T-Tech and 1 vanilla shot along with that Octobrush. So a couple comp changes here to start.
Yeah, absolutely, and not surprised after seeing that one of their members plays Chargers, but you see, Charger v Charger, Kirby is going to be the one coming out on top from Moray Monarchs, I think getting a pick there on the other pencil. The clams come out so that they can try and get this power clam, because especially with these strikes, they are in a fantastic situation where they can indeed just get this pick. You have Ashy9 just harassing the pen, not gonna quite get that pick, but I think that Kirby somehow pushed all the way back to choke, despite all of that space that their brush was able to get. So right now, I think everyone is starting to reorganize, get back in mid, and see what they can do with that push. Because, yeah, I don't know what happened there with Moray Monarchs.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Moray Monarchs was able to push into the basket area of Are You Ready very quickly. You saw the strikes come out, you saw Ashy9 come in with the Zipcaster, but they were not able to translate into points. As Are You Ready, they look to settle back in the mid. That's a lot of people on top mid for Moray Monarchs as one goes down on each side here. Gummy, they're on this B shot. They are going to try and sustain here. They have a Zuka ready. Not sure when they'll choose to pop it, although it looks like Are You Ready might be trying to move forward. The chumps come out. Gummy goes down. Tapu Masu on the T-Deck is going to have to back up and abandon top mid. And Are You Ready? They're looking to take space here. You see Last Troop goes down. They had a hammer ready. I thought they were going to make something out of that, but nothing there. Cheetah gets 1 kill with the Reslider on that Tetris, but cannot find a second. So Are You Ready? They're trying to move forward. They're throwing a lot of resources here at Moray Monarchs, but they are not breaking through just yet.
Yeah, those strikes do come out. I think they claim that golden dynamo there. Ashy9 just kind of going around to make that power clam. Tetras go down on the side of Are You Ready? And I don't know, it just seems like both of these teams going back and forth, but finally we have one of the barriers broken. 2 power clams are going to go in. We're going to see if we can go for the third. We do get it down to 40, way past that 60-point mark that most teams are going to want to break. Kirby, I think, with some subsequent clams just to keep that alive before a very wise jump out. And I think Tapu Masu also just kind of giving that up because they have gotten down to a 28. A really strong push, especially in one go. So Are You Ready? Now getting that power clam with them along with 2 of their members going down. And I think Moray Monarchs with the Zuka may be poised to see if they can make another pass at that basket.
I mean, again, it's more Monarchs' ability to sustain. Like, even though they got their push to 28, they still have pretty good control of top mid, of mid as a whole. Although maybe not as the last troop finds 2 with the hammer throw. This could be the momentum shift that Are You Ready has been looking for. All set, 2 down. Last troop trying to dodge shots from Kirby. Kirby on that pencil is going to have to back up. So Are You Ready? They now have control of mid pretty much. Although I see one person on top mid, that's Ashy9 on the brush. That Are You Ready might have to get them off there if they want to start pushing. They're kind of lingering there. They're not really taking the fight though, just quite yet. Ashy9 going to keep looking, keep trying to just waste the time of Are You Ready, who still hasn't really gotten in the position they need to get a push, especially when it's large getting to 28, which they need to win this game. Ashy9 going to try and pop the zip, but they are cancelled immediately. 2 are down the side of Monarchs. Again, this is a good opportunity for Are You Ready. Last troop going in with the hammer, finds Kirby with the hammer throw. The slider goes in as well. This is the moment for Are You Ready. They have clams, they have specials. Captain Yowie is going to try and find a kill. They get a trade, but it's not enough. It's just chumps in the pencil that's left. They're running for their life with zip chasing them. They're gonna have to jump out. And despite everything that happened there, Moray Monarchs holds strong. 0 points scored for Are You Ready.
Yeah, what a fantastic defense we saw there, and quite frankly, when we were talking about the preview, I realized that Moray Monarchs just has a lot to deal with this pencil, regardless of if they had one on their own. They've got that zip, they've got the Zuka, they have a lot of things to just displace this pencil and make their life completely difficult. Cheesy Dog just trying to hold on tight. 2 of those power clams not being held by anyone might be expiring. One of them does, and so they are just throwing everything that they can. The Reef Slider comes out. Kirby lives it, no issues, and I think that Moray Monarchs just has this iron grip on this top mid here that I was kind of worried about for Are You Ready? It seems like having a pen, especially opening this barrier with 10 seconds to go, if they're able to get in these subsequent clams, they may be able to cancel out OT. We'll see. Not gonna happen, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, Are You Ready? They need a miracle at this point. They have a lot of points to get off the board if they want to have a chance of getting this win here. Last troop, they have a ball here. They're trying to charge Stamp. The slider's going to come out maybe a bit earlier than you normally want. And that's Cheesy there on the Tetris. Here comes the Stamp. They got to throw that ball in though. They're going to run out of time. They got to get rid of the Stamp and they're going to just run out of time. They had the ball, but they could not throw the ball while they were in the hammer form. So time runs out. Moray Monarch survives without giving up a single point on defense, and they will win the set.
Yeah, wow, that defense was extremely impressive. There were a lot of times it seems like they were just shorthanded, and there was no way they were going to stop Are You Ready from scoring on their basket, but somehow they pulled it out. They coordinated their specials. They jumped out, I guess, when appropriate. They pushed when they needed to, and a very unfortunate ending to that last game, but I gotta say, getting through that choke, we already know that Moray Monarchs clearly has an oppressive defense. If they weren't holding that, it may have been tough to get that in the basket nonetheless. So, obviously your woulda, shoulda, coulda, maybe in VC feeling a type of way about holding that power clam at the end, but, you know, it still would have been very difficult, I'd argue, even if they weren't holding it, to get it in.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned at the beginning of this, before this game started, about the importance of the counter push and how Are You Ready could potentially use it to their advantage there, knowing that Moray Monarchs, they have a shorter range comp, they have a comp that's not going to be able to sustain itself. And I just think that they kind of let a few opportunities slip by when Moray Monarchs is going 2 down for here and there towards like the middle end of that game. I think that there were moments where Moray Monarchs, or Are You Ready that is, could have seized control of the map and just gone forward, taken space when Moray Monarchs didn't really have as many people up as they normally would have wanted. But they opted to kind of take it slower, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing, but I think in that moment, I think they probably would have benefited more from going faster, going quickly on the counter push, taking advantage of every second possible to, you know, get as much space as possible and set up your push. And I think that with Are You Ready, I think they just took a bit too long when Moray Monarchs respawning off the counter push, and I think that's part of why they didn't end up scoring any points that game. But regardless of all that, moving on to Scorch Rainmaker here for a game 3 that will not affect who wins the set, but still is pretty important just for morale purposes, for just to see how these two teams stack up. I think in particular, Are You Ready probably looking to at least get a win here after 2 pretty one-sided performances in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, honestly, brilliant analysis there, DH. I'm inclined to agree. We saw, quite frankly, in both of the games that there's a bit of a struggle with Are You Ready in terms of managing the aggression coming out of Moray Monarchs. They're running kind of uh, less common comps in terms of how much aggression is coming out of them. And I think that Are You Ready isn't necessarily poised to deal with it, or perhaps they're sometimes over preparing for it because, like you said, there were several times that they could have pushed and they were just playing a little bit careful, biding their time, and that did not work for them. But now that we're going into Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, we're in another situation where you're going to have to break through a pretty nasty check. They've changed over to having those tetras that they had before, and I think that's going to be the same as last time, but yeah, they cannot afford to play like they played before, especially in a place like Scorch Gorge. After pop, they're gonna have to get their picks and go, go, go.
Yeah, you see more Monarchs, they get the pop pretty quickly as Are You Ready doesn't look like they're contesting too much in mid. Captain Yao, who's back on that roller after switching to Dynamo for game 2, is taken out there. Tapu Masu still on that T-Tech, is going to try and throw some bombs here and there, try and restall, draw the attention of the pencil. They're going to pop strikes here. We'll see if anyone moves up with those strikes here for more Monarchs. So the strikes are going to find two. I believe there was a bomb as well that found it. So Tapu Masu on that T-Tech getting an early double here to start things off.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Tapu Masu doing a really good job of using their sub. You love to see it. Just well-placed bombs, getting the picks that they need. But it seems as though Moray Monarchs in a rare showing for them. Not really taking advantage of the picks that they got, and right now we are still back into neutral with everybody just coming back in. A trade so far there. Ashy9 just trying to secure this pick, somehow staying alive. The glory of Brush there, not going down, but finding a pick on that roller there. And listen, DH, we are already approaching a minute 30 and no one has picked up that Rainmaker until now. So I think this is going to be just about a free check for Moray Monarchs, as, you know, they trade for it in blood, I suppose.
Yeah, Are You Ready still coming off a delayed wipe that they suffered earlier. Tapu Master's going to try and run with this, squid rolling across the field. They finally get taken out at the 47-point mark. But I think at this point, Are You Ready? Actually, they look to be cleaning things up. That hammer from Last Troop is going to help scoop things up. Ashy9 is still on that plat. Not for long, though, as they are shot down by the pencil. That's Chubbs there on that pencil. And some more Monarchs. They got points. They got a good push there. But it's definitely one that Are You Ready can come back from. But this is what I've been talking about a lot. This is the counter push. They need to move quickly. Make sure that more Monarchs can't just stall them out and eventually just break through here. You see Chubbs on that Rainmaker. Going to try and clean up mid. But they're going to get taken out. I believe that might have been the Zuka that did take them out. Captain Yaoi is going to get flanked there as well. That's Tapu Masu again. They have strikes ready. They're going to pop them here by that checkpoint. They have the help of the pencil. They find one. This Cheesy Dog on the Tetris. Tapu Masu, they're going to go and finally get taken out by that torpedo, but a great play by them as they now sets up Ashy9 on the Zipcaster. They're zipping around trying to find anything. They're not going to find any kills. So Rainmaker does reset, something that Are You Ready is probably pretty grateful to see, as that could have gone far, that could have gotten out of hand almost if more Monarchs picked it up there.
Yeah, of course. You see that Are You Ready is just locked and loaded with all of their specials, literally every single one. Finally, that cooler is going to come out, and that is going to be a saving grace there as their pencil player can grab that Rainmaker, but there is just pandemonium going down. Every single member, with the exception of the Rain, up until now going down. That is going to be a delayed wipe on Are You Ready, but it is not as though Moray Monarchs themselves haven't suffered losses, because I think yet another pick coming out from Gummy on the shot, but I think they've done a fantastic job of stopping that push right in its tracks. Like, we saw Are You Ready had literally every special under the sun, and despite popping all of them, weren't able to even necessarily graze that first checkpoint. Now, what I argue you often see in Scorch Gorge Rainmaker is it's very rare for either of the teams to be able to make it to that final check. It is just so far up. It doesn't happen often unless somebody sneaks it out. We might be able to see that now, but ultimately I think that Moray Monarchs, with 1 minute left in the game, can honestly just be content with either trying to run it here and double on the. There's just. Wow, DH. This is just a bloodbath.
Keep an eye on that Rainmaker timer. The Rainmaker dies, so maybe not keep an eye on it. But previously, they did not have enough time to stall out the entire match. So Monarchs, if they want to stall, they will have to pick up again. But with that Rainmaker pretty far into Are You Ready territory, I think that Are You Ready is going to get perhaps one more chance at grabbing the Rain, forming a push there. Although 2 go down, so maybe not. It's just Captain Yowie on that roller. They're going to try and find one there. They get a kill with the curling bomb, I believe, but they die for it as well. So Are You Ready? They need to think about picking up the Rain. Moray Monarchs looks like they're going to pop here. They're going to grab it as well. Now, Gummy gets a couple more points. Moray Monarchs, there are 2 down, but with just 16 seconds left, Are You Ready has to go. Someone has to pick up that Rain. They need to go start taking space in mid quickly. They have a long way to go. They need to get that checkpoint. They need to get past that checkpoint even more, all the way to 40. Chubbs with this Rainmaker. I hear that Zipcaster being popped. It looks like they're going to target the Rain. They're going to drop down, and they're going to find it. Great Zipcaster by Ashy9 there to end it and secure a 3-0 sweep for Moray Monarchs here.
What a strong game and a strong set here for Moray Monarchs. They have done just a great job of showing why it is everyone just why they're just so offensive, because Are You Ready just trying to bide their time, of course, even in Rainmaker trying having this bubble on their roller. You know how people say a great defense is a good offense. They don't have to worry about defending if they just keep coming at you. And I feel like we saw a lot of that in this game. Looking at this replay, Gummy just shooting forward, holding it, has this Zuka. This is where we see, I think, the double, if I'm not mistaken, before they go down to this Reef slider. And just ultimately, I think a lot of hero plays from these specials.
Yeah, I mean, I think you said it best. Like, if you look at Moray Monarchs' comp, like, that's not a comp that you normally think of as super defensive. I mean, it obviously has the pencil, it has a couple of the shooters, but I think it's not something that you expect to completely shut out the other team for basically all 3 of these games. But I mean, I think you said it best. Like, sometimes the best defense is a good offense, and they really knew how to push that offense, make sure that Are You Ready never fully got comfortable, make sure that when they eventually did get their pushes off the ground, that they really were just could not get anything going in mid, that they were just overwhelmed by the Zipcasters, by the strikes, by pencil, by anything really. And I think it really does a good job to explain why in Game 1 they really didn't push the tower too far in Manta Tower. In Game 2, they didn't really get that far in Clams either. They'd score a single point. And in Game 3, they didn't even really get close to the checkpoint there. So I think Moray Monarchs, I mean, shout out to them. They managed to embody that defensive style despite not really having a defensive comp on paper. So really good job them as they take this 3-0 victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. Basically, you said it all. Just a really strong showing. And of course, they are from North Carolina down south. I believe that there's going to be a LAN coming up in January. Don't flounder at the function in North Carolina. So with a strong showing like that, I hope to see them there and see what they can get done at that LAN. But in the meantime, I made a little bit of an oopsie, I believe, rather than IPL. It's on the official CCA Twitch that the other stream is on. So anybody who tabbed into IPL and was like, Sauce is a liar, I don't see any sort of stream. It is the CCA Twitch that you should have open in another tab. So we will be taking another short break. Feel free to tab over to the other Twitch, and we will see you again soon. Hi, and welcome back to CCA Circuit Qualifier number 4. I'm Sasu, still here with DH, and we're taking a look at USF Green versus PSU Team Rocket, which I gotta give it up for PSU Team Rocket. They have certainly committed to the bit.
Yeah, I mean, I just see it a little bit. They got a player named Meowth, they got a player named Jesse, they got a player named James, and they got 3 other players. But shout out to them, they're committing to the branding. You love to see it. And I mean, it looks like for both these teams, we got some pretty interesting things here. I see a couple backlines here. I see a couple short-range shooters. I see a Hydra there at the bottom for James. But yeah, I mean, should be very interesting to see what these two teams throw at us here as we get into our first game, Mako Mart Zones. A classic throughout 2 games in the Splatoon series, and it's coming up again here. What do you have to say about this map here, Sasu?
Well, I'm going to be excited to see if going into this there is a lot of AoE, because I always say he who controls the stacks controls the game, and that is way easier to do when you have that AoE. But taking a look at both of these loadouts, Team Rocket deciding to basically go, for the most part, with this Dynamo, especially as their cooler option versus State University, I think of South Florida. Green, they're instead going to have that Dread Ringer and that Brush, which is really going to help them with getting the stacks and keeping them. But right off the top, we have a cooler and a Booyah there for Team Rocket as they take both of those stacks and take the lead as well.
Yeah, one thing I noticed that both these teams have a good amount of paint, especially PSU Team Rocket. They have 3 shooters and a Dynamo. But I mean, USF Green, they have that Dreadringer, they have a short range shooter as well. It looks like here that Mooney on that pencil is going to help USF Green cap that zone again, put that penalty on PSU Team Rocket. But it's still, things are kind of settling down in mid here. The 3v3, Equinova is going to find 1 kill there on the left on the other shot. And they're going to try and play more on this right stack as well. USF Green is going to cap the zone. But still, they haven't really gotten PSU Team Rocket out of mid yet. They're still kind of lingering on these stacks, on these flanks, and it's been a pretty even game to start.
Yeah, absolutely. You see that they're just within 10 points of each other, so it has certainly been just a back and forth. One member, that being the Dynamo, going down, but luckily they were able to get that cooler out, so not going to be too consequential, but having Corey Cosmic on that top right is going to be extremely detrimental, because you do not want to walk up on a Dread that is just sitting on a stack and waiting for you. Hype Nova with this Zuka, not going to find anything, but going to narrowly punish that Reef Slider that does come out, and once again, PSU Team Rocket has their hands on the zone. Now, we're going to have to see what they do in order to keep it, because it seems like both of these teams, the back and forth has just been so harsh that the holds have just not been the strongest, it seems.
Yeah, no one's really been locked out at all. These teams are still fighting in mid, in a neutral state. Wobbuffet on this Forge Pro. They're going to have this Booyah Bomb coming out onto the zone. We'll see if PSU Team Rocket can use that to get into mid, but not really, as it looks like PSU Team Rocket is pretty much cleared out of mid there. Although Jesse on that Dynamo, they're going to find one, get the cooler up, go straight in the zone, pressure that right stack. They're going to get taken out by Citrus on the brush, unfortunately, but not before PSU Team Rocket gets the cap on zone here. So now they have control. Again, this is a very close game. The penalties are very small here. The lead is very small. Hypnova is going to find a kill on Mooney on that pencil with the Zuka. That should be big. This might be enough for PSU Team Rocket to get the lead here as Hypnova fights on stack to go down on PSU Team Rocket, but not before the lead is swapped. Zumi with the strikes. They're going to try and at least contest this though. They haven't quite capped it yet. They want to put a penalty on PSU Team Rocket if possible. The slider's going to come out as well, and that's going to be enough to cap it. So again, a pretty back and forth game.
Yeah, and honestly, that's even surprising to see, seeing as though one of these teams has a slider in their back pocket. Often, it's just super uphill, really, for the team fighting up against the slider, because all you have to do is get in there, and I think if you have enough special power-up, you should be able to just take the zone for yourself. But despite that, it's actually PSU Team Rocket that does have the lead right now, though, of course, not by much. We're seeing those numbers tick down. They're about to start making even more progress, but not if the strikes have something to say about it, and they do. 2 members down on PSU Team Rocket. It's going to give the zone right back to USF Green and allow them to take those stacks and mount a defensive now. So they're about to be through their penalties. If they're able to hold on to this, and there's no promise that they will, we're going to see a lead swap here. Zumi going down in this 2v1, and the bloodbath continues. Azuka is ready to go from Hype Nova, and that might spell disaster for some of these, but not before they go down themselves to this bomb. Whoa.
I mean, PSU Team Rocket, they're kind of stuck in a stagger here. 2 go down on both sides, but USF Green still holds the zone. Just 10 ticks remain on the timer. 3 of PSU Team Rocket's going to come, and they'll cap the zone in spite of the strikes coming out from USF Green. So now, probably the biggest penalty of all game is put on USF Green, but they've gotten to 8. PSU Team Rocket does have a pretty long way to go, although they're working through that penalty very quickly. Meow, they throw the strikes, but not before they are taken out by the Dreadringer. The Booyah Bomb from Wobbuffet comes out as well. That's going to kill the Dreadringer. But just like that, PSU Team Rocket is now 2 down. Again, Meow jumps in. They're the only one in mid for PSU Team Rocket. They're still 2 down. Citrus is going to kill them on that brush. It's a great kill by Citrus there. Alright, with just 11 seconds left, PSU Team Rocket needs to work their way in. Hypnova is going to have one more Zuka. They find Citrus. They're not going to find another one. They're going to zone. They need all the paint they can get. 2 seconds left. 1 second left. And they cap it. 1 second to spare. They cap the strikes. The slider come out, and that'll be it. Wow. PSU Team Rocket, they clutch out the cap at the last second. I think really with even a fraction of a second left, they capped it. But USF Green, they had those strikes. They had that slider, and that was just way too much for PSU Team Rocket to overcome. They take a back and forth game 1 that should hopefully indicate that we're in for a really good set here.
No, absolutely. I'm so excited to see these future games because, as you can see on the replay, there was just so much paint going out, so much back and forth, and I think it took a long time into the last minute before either of the teams had a hold strong enough to really decisively give them a time where they had to defend really strongly. Hype Nova, of course, that's when they got that 1 pick, and they moved up to paint over that against all odds. They were able to output the paint to put that back on their side, and of course the strikes came out, and I think Corey Cosmic, with the one game-defining Reef slider that we saw pretty much all game. It's very rare you don't see the Reef slider just painting around and cycling those Reef sliders just to cap and stop them all game, but I think they really did it when it counted, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think in general, this was just a great game fought by 2 excellent teams that performed at pretty much their highest ability. I mean, USF Green is the team that takes the win, but I mean, PSU Team Rocket, they were on point for so much of that game. I look back to Hype Nova and their Zukas. It felt like they were getting a Zuka kill every time they popped it. It was so instrumental in having PSU Team Rocket hang with USF Green for so long. But I think at the end, it's just the paint through the USF Green's main weapons and their special weapons was just a little bit too much to overcome there. When you see the slider come in the zone with the strikes and with a comp that already paints the zone really well with the brush, the dread, the shot, the pencil, like I think that's just too much to overcome. So unfortunately, PSU Team Rocket falls there, but I would not be surprised if they can respond with a win here as we move to Ship Shape Tower right now.
Yeah, we're gonna see. Listen, this is a very snowbally map mode, tower ship shape. So we're gonna see if University of South Florida can turn up the heat here and stop them from snowballing them in kind and putting this at a 1-1. But so far, both of these teams making their way into mid. Several members on that top right for USF Green. While it seems as though everyone's just kind of waiting, biding their time, waiting for someone to maybe step out of turn. And it does happen that Jet is going to go down. So that allows USF Green to take the tower with 2 of their members down. I think that's like 3 in a bit of a delay there. Once again, the Zuka comes out, but a bubble is popped, just kind of stopping it from assaulting the tower. So far, USF Green, a quick start on that first check, and I think they're going to get it for free, moving on to the next one.
Yeah, they get past that first checkpoint within the first minute of the game. It's going to be big. Even if they can't get a push off of that, it's going to really set up future pushes really well. As PSU Team Rocket, they're not settling in. They did give up that first checkpoint, but now they have a good chance. Oh, that DGAV is going to find a nice kill there. As the game kind of settles back to neutral. You got 1 down on each side. USF Green not really pushing forward as much here. Same with PSU Team Rocket. The Booyah Bomb is going to come out for PSU Team Rocket. That's going to clear space on the right side here. As Hype Nova on that T-Tag is going to find a trade there, but that top right is still not clear. Corey Cosmic on the decap is pulling that down really well. They're going to drop and try and take a fight in the court. They're going to find 1. That's Jesse on that Wiper. They're going to look for 2. Meowth and S-Box. They're going to find them as well. And that, just like that, USF Green is back in business. They have cleared out the court. They have almost cleared out that top side. Corey Cosmic goes for 3, finds it. Great sequence by Corey Cosmic there to get some really good kills there. They pop the bubble. They might get 4 here as they go into pit, and they're finally taken out there.
Yeah, and definitely a shout out to Corey Cosmic there. I think using their fully charged slash to get out of the blast radius of the splashdown that they otherwise would have gone down to. But I think PSU Team Rocket is mounting their defensive and about to make this a lead if they're able to take it. Wobbuffet, of course, jumping on that and just barely eking out the points. Despite the fact that we saw USF Green with such a strong hold, PSU Team Rocket was able to just organize and get themselves into space. We've been talking about how evenly matched both of these teams are, and this is exactly why. Meowth on this S-Blast in this 1v1 and takes it over that decav, and right now, I think it's just a classic that you kind of see with several members just jumping in, trying to tap that tower, take advantage of the momentum, but finally, the push is stopped, the bleeding is stopped, and USF Green trying to make their offensive and get their lick back in here.
PSU Team Rocket, they get a good lead here, but it's not really a safe lead. USF can easily come back to get this if things go right for them, especially because they've already gotten that first checkpoint. And Meowth might have something to say about that. They find a kill on Rooney, the pencil there. They're looking for 2. Cosmic drops down with the decab, and he's going to find one. With those strikes, they're going to drop in the court, find a kill on the Wiper potentially. They pop the bubble, but they're not going to go for the Wiper. Instead, going back to Wobbuffet on the S-Blast. They find a nice kill there. That's the Jet Sculpture, not the S-Blast. Pardon me, but now they are going to get on that tower, continue to kind of go in between fighting and moving back. They struck a really nice balance in between their positioning here. Not really feeding, but also still getting value. They find another kill on the weapon there right as they were about to pop Zuka, and just a wonderful sequence there. They're not really getting points on it, but they're doing a good job to waste time, make sure PSU Team Rocket can't focus on the objective. As another set of strikes comes out here for Hypnova, they've been getting a lot of them so far with this T-Tech. Meowth is going to fall off the map. That's unfortunate here, and USF Green, they're in business. Corey Cosmic pops the bubble, the splashdown comes out, and they get a nice cancel on it before they're traded back.
Yeah, you're saying that they're doing a good job of denying them the tower, but at the end of the day, this game is about objective, it's about points. So regardless of how good they are on their defensive, they've got to get those points on the board, and right now they're doing just that. Those strikes come out to kind of to help them push with getting this. Finally, the counter strikes happen, the GG strikes, so to speak, but doesn't stop USF Green. They jump right back on there, and with a bubble, I think they may be slated essentially for the win. Nothing can really stop them now, except for the splashdown that does just that. The last member is going to jump out, that being the T-Tech, the Octo Shot that has those strikes ready. And yeah, that would have been absolutely GG's really if they weren't able to have that splashdown handy. So that does stop it. It gives them 10 more seconds into overtime to see if they can make their run happen. And right now, it seems like they're doing a really fantastic job of getting the exact picks that they need. Wobbuffet riding on this tower. The GG strikes come out all at once and counter strikes as well. But two members down. They are now in a 1v1, and with that splashdown once again, that ends the game in an absolute explosion. Wow.
Oh
What a
man,
game.
PSU Team Rocket, after barely not getting knocked out on USF Green's push, after somehow surviving through that insanely clutch splashdown, they get a really nice sequence of kills to kind of set up a push that goes pretty deep. Maybe could have potentially have gone to KL all the way if things had gone right, but they just forgot one thing. They forgot about Hypnova on the T-Tech. They forgot that they had those GG strikes ready, and like if you don't kill the T-Tech there, who are just holding the strikes for like 30 seconds, I want to say, then you don't really have a chance there. And that's exactly what happened. The strikes come out, and PSU Team Rocket, they almost do survive. After the strikes end, I think it was Wobbuffet who got on the tower and was able to kind of stall for a little bit there, but unfortunately, in the ensuing bloodbath, PSU Team Rocket could not come out on top because of those strikes. So again, a really good effort by both teams, but I think in the end, it just USF Green's push is just a little bit stronger, and they were able to coordinate those strikes at the end to get the job done.
Yeah, and if I'm remembering correctly, it was actually that Octo shot that jumped out at the end. They got the splashdown, they stopped them from knocking out with those final 2 points on the board, and they had one, USF Green had one member still up that just had to jump out to save themselves, and I think the member in question is the one that had the strikes. So they were holding on to it the entire time, and in that way, they are the one that got away, because that was ultimately what sealed their fate in not removing those strikes from the board. But of course, despite the fact that we're looking at a 2-0, these have been such close games, and I think PSU Team Rocket now has the opportunity to show that in that we're heading into Clamblitz Inc. Art Academy. So I think that, we're probably going to see much of the same, where we're just unsure who is going to take it, because it seems like no one really between these two teams is showing to be the runaway winner until maybe the last bit of the game. So going to be exciting seeing this.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think that these last two games, they could have easily gone the way of PSU Team Rocket. They happened to go the way of USF Green because they've really pulled through with these last minutes of games. But I think that with PSU Team Rocket, they should not feel too discouraged that they're down 2-0 here, even though they cannot win this set. I think that they've played extremely well, and I think I would not be surprised again if I see them take the game here. I think that these teams have been so evenly matched. I think that it really comes down to just very small things, like killing the Octoshot at the end of games, like getting enough specials to cap the zone at the end of games. So I think that if PSU Team Rocket can execute on that, when the timer's ticking down, when there's overtime, 30 seconds left in the game, I think that we could potentially see that come to fruition for them and take a game here with Inkblot Clams coming up. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Inkblot Clams is another map mode that can force stalemates, so to speak. It's funny that both of these teams are so evenly matched, because it's not entirely uncommon for teams to just have no scores on the board with 1 minute left, because of course, to push into that basket, super difficult on Inkblot. You have to go up those ramps going in through the left, not very easy to defend, so most people will just choose to pick that ramp on the right, and it is a pretty nasty choke point. It's easy to bomb out, it's easy to defend, so you're really going to have to throw strikes and walk with them, or do something that allows your power clam holder to really be escorted to that basket before they get jumped and just go down. But gonna be exciting to see if there are any comp changes and what people have planned in order to get past that choke.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it is definitely a defensive map. As we do see the Galugas come out for USF Green. That's not a weapon we've seen at all this set. And we also see a Rush. It's a new Octoburst with the Kraken come out for PSU Team Rocket. So a couple of interesting comp switches here,
The
but
cow.
yeah, as well. That's a new weapon that we also have not seen. And that I believe that's Hypnova on the Gal, who's played shots for most of this set, but is now switching over to the Gal. They find a quick kill on the Glugas to start things off. They have 6 clams. They're going to attack the plat of USF Green. They're going to find a kill on the pencil, and they can score if they have the clams. They have 6. They need 2 more. They pop the whale, but they are eventually going to get smothered out here as the Glugas come back. And PSU Team Rocket, they had a good start, but they're down 3 now. It's just that Jet Squelcher, they have a splashdown already, but they're not really in a good position as they kind of back up. They use the splashdown now. It's going to find a kill on that Dreadringer. But USF Green, they're still settling in quite nicely in the mid. They're looking to start a push now.
Yeah, you know, when you're playing Clam Blitz, one of your enemies is the other team and the other one is the Clam economy. You have to make sure that you have that in tow. Hype Nova gonna go down, but not before getting some chip on one person and taking down another. Here comes the Zuka, not gonna quite find Citrus. They're going to be able to get out of this situation from the Wiper with their life. Jesse moving up here to see what they can get. They are gonna get that pick in a bit of a fadeaway there before going down themselves. So that's 2 members down for PSU Team Rocket in this moment. And it seems as though, well, USF Green had a really fantastic clam economy until their Dread Ringer went down, leaving them with only 2 members who are able to combine them to really make a clam. But it seems as though everyone's just been struggling with getting into position with the clams necessary or just having the clams necessary. Neither of these teams has a power clam ready, so Hype Nova once again trying to push up onto this flat. They've been extremely aggressive all game, but once again, stalemate's very common here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we do end up going all of that time without anyone scoring on basket.
Yeah, right now, PSU Team Rocket, they've definitely more so than made it. Everyone on USF Green is on their plat, still defending, but at the same time, it's still a very neutral game. This is Splashdown ready for PSU Team Rocket. There's a Reslider ready for Corey Cosmic. They're going to find 1 kill in the brush there. 2 go down here as Hypnova is going to go down trying to take a flank on that plat. And so now they still have that slider, USF Green does. They might have a couple more resources too. They're getting more back into mid. Corey Cosmic is going to try and fight on this left stack, trying to poke away some of the members of PSU Team Rocket. The Splashdown's going to come on a bit early, not going to find anyone. Jesse with this Viper is going to try and defend. The slider comes in, finds Hypnova there, looking for another one, and that is that Jet Squelcher Wobbuffet. The Wobbuffet is going to die there, and USF Green, they're in business. They have good control over PSU Team Rocket's plat. They get a couple claims in. Corey Cosmic still has a couple more, as is Moody. Moody throws a couple onto the plat. Glitch is going to use that Booyah Bomb onto the plat. That might find a couple. It does not. It is just Moody on the pencil there, and that might be the end of the push. But PSU Team Rocket, they are already losing here as 2 minutes remain in this match. USF Green gets a nice push.
Yeah, absolutely. All the way down to a 41. Not too shabby. And Hype Nova going down is going to be a huge loss. Of course, they had that wall and they had a lot of aggression in order to get in. But Jesse getting a pick on the pencil as well as the Glukas, I believe, with that Zuka, and the Kraken is out as well. So everything is on the offensive. I think they have a self-save there with that Reslider. But finally, they're able to move forward and break open that basket, putting it down to a 77. Not too shabby. It, of course, is better than 0, but of course, you want to get down to that 60, or even better, 41, seeing as though that is where their opponents are. So right now, I think PSU Team Rocket have a bit of a boost here, knowing that they are able to score on that basket, but they've also given the other team a power clam, so we'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah, keep an eye on Charger back here. That's a new player that we haven't seen these first 2 games for PSU Team Rocket. They are going to get taken out by the slider, but that is traded back. Hypnova here on the 52 with the power clam. PSU Team Rocket, they have a good amount of clams here, probably enough to get a lead if they can get a push in. They need to get in this plat. This is such a defensive favored map. They need to find somewhere. The Zuka's going to come out from Jesse. It's going to get taken out by those Glugas before it can get any value. Now there's 2 down on the side of PSU Team Rocket. That Jet Squelcher is still taking attention on the left stack, but it might not quite be enough. The whale is going to come out for Hypnova. Glitch is going to have to retreat there. They're on those Glugas, and Hypnova is going to just come in with the ball. They score 1. They score 2. It's not quite enough for the lead there. Jesse needs to win this fight and get their clams in. They're going to have to drop. They're going to have to just make a run for it and throw those clams. They throw 1, but they die. They need 2 more clams to get the lead, but it doesn't look like they're going to get it. The basket's going to close. Just 10 seconds left, and PSU Rocket doesn't even have a ball. They need to get 10 clams as soon as possible. PSU Team Rocket manages to get one. Hypnova finds a clam. They throw it back to their Jet Squelcher. Corey Cosmic is doing damage here with the slider. Wobbleflay is going to go down. They were holding the clam. Corey Cosmic is going to get into the plat. They're going to get traded back. PSU Team Rocket's caught in a nasty stagger here. They just have to go for that ball. It's not going to work out. Charge up bug goes down. Glitch gets it, and that's it. A chaotic ending, but USF Green survives by the skin of their teeth. They win the set 3-0.
Yeah, and I saw Jesse with that Trizuka, and I was just thinking, pop it, Jesse. Do what you can. But I think ultimately they prioritize trying to get in those clams, and I can't blame them for it. Obviously, that ended in a 41-45, close as everything else that we've seen in this entire set. But this 3-0 really doesn't tell the story of how this set has gone. It has been riveting and really close the whole way through. Very unfortunate loss, all three of these, for PSU Team Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, they were just so close there. And with that last push that got to 45, just 4 points short. I thought for a moment they were going to get it. Jesse had a shot to get some extra clams in, but USF Green, credit to them, the members on plat that were still alive amidst all that chaos, they locked down on Jesse, knew that they were the ones that had the clams, and killed them before they could get those last 2 in. That could have been disastrous for them. But, USF Green, it wasn't pretty at times. It was often very close, very scrappy games, but they got it done, and they come out of the set with a 3-0 win, a sweep, which doesn't really feel indicative of how the set went, honestly. Like, it was so back and forth, so close at times, but, time and time again, USF, they pulled it out when the team needed it the most, and that was enough to get 3 straight wins here.
Yeah, PSU Team Rocket, definitely shout out to them for putting up such a strong fight in every single game. And, they really made USF Green a fight for that 3-0 every step of the way. But, DH, that is going to be it for the set and it for you and I here for this Swiss round. Before we get going, where can the people find you? Give me your plugs.
I don't really have that many plugs, for being honest. Follow me, Blue Sky, at DHVF28, Blue Sky Social. Don't really post there a lot, but hey, if you want to find me there, you can find me there. That's pretty much my only plug. But what about you, Sasu? Where can the lovely people in chat find you?
I think I'm gonna plug Anarchy Nova a little bit. There is a LAN in Virginia that will be coming up in November. Is that correct?
November 22nd. Yeah, and if you want to see more of me, I am a TO at that LAN, so we invite you to come on down. I believe we don't have that many spots left in our registration, but if you want to make the trip out, we'd love to have you there.
Yeah, I'm all about the LAN. Speaking of LANs, I will be at Big Dapple, which I think is on December 6th, if I'm not mistaken. So definitely, if you're in the area and you're coming out, I will be there, perhaps commentating and playing. But other than that, all of my social media is at Sasu in Your Pants, SASUIN, the letters UR. Pants. If I have the social media, if you type that in, you'll find me there. And that's basically it for me. Thank you everyone for joining us, and stay tuned for here and the CCA Twitch, because we still have more coming up.
everybody, and welcome to CCA Circuit Season 2 Qualifier 4. We have kicked off the second split, and there were some awesome matches in the early slot. But first, we gotta cover Division 1 Top Cut for y'all. My name is Kyon. On the other side, got the direction right this time. Rocket, fresh off of the CCA main channel and off of a banger set. How are you doing now?
I am fired up. I mean, this CCA has proven to have a lot of action this qualifier in particular as well, but now we are moving on to the intense stuff where it matters most for the most points. We are looking at bracket, Division 1 bracket to be clear, and we're looking at round 1.5 here between the Towson Tigersharks versus WPI Grizzco Workers Union.
Yeah, Towson Tigersharks out of split 1. They had 57 points cashed in. It was good for 14th there, but of course you want to get a little bit more points on the board, especially kicking off the first qualifier of this second split. WPI Grizzco Workers Union of, I'm gonna always pronounce this one wrong, but it's always I always go like to pronounce it Worcestershire or somewhere. Polytechnic Institute. They finished first in Division 2. They qualified for the rank up to Division 1, and they get to play each other here. It should be honestly a very fun matchup coming up here. Rocket between the two teams, especially with the team just qualifying themselves to Division 1 from that previous split. So I want to see how they play against some of the other competition.
For sure, Kyon. I mean, just really trying to prove themselves here now in this Division 1 that proved that they have some staying power and saying, hey, we deserve to be here with the top of the top, and this is your first true test against the Towson Tigersharks. As we move towards our maps, we're taking a look at here first, best of 3, of course, in bracket. We're looking at Rainmaker Manta Maria to start off things. Now, not a fairly commonly played Rainmaker map, but a very interesting one in the sense that it provides a lot of obstacles for teams to push up, per se.
I always like to call this one of the most uncommon Rainmaker maps in existence here, because you just never see this get airtime anywhere else. Even in CCA, we got to play it here, and I think I've had to play it a handful of times in Riptide as well. So you just normally don't see this Rainmaker map make its grand appearance. But of course, you got the two avenues to work off of, and I'm sure for both teams, they understand that's probably what they're gonna have to deal with to kick off this set here. You mentioned before, best of 3 here. Two wins gets you to the next round, and I mean we gotta figure out how both teams want to get themselves started, because this is ultimately a match where I believe, if I'm not mistaken, yes, the losers, I believe, are done for the day. So this will ultimately you want to get that game 1 off on the right track, especially by getting that dub on a map that I'm sure not many people will be looking forward to, if I can imagine.
Winner take all for sure, and although it is a map that is not seen fairly often, it shares a lot of similarities to other commonly played Rainmaker maps, such as Museum, such as Scourge, in the sense that there's really 2 ways to push the Rainmaker. One, that's the road less traveled, being that right side, that of course the scary little jump that you have, and the common left side, which is common for a reason, but so difficult to push through because it's a natural choke point. It is a corner that you have to push through with high ground all around you, all of this space that is potentially dangerous, and a lot of weapons that can take advantage of it. So it's going to be a key point to take a look at how teams are going to navigate that, whether it be just having an aggressive player just get into those positions before the other team is ready for them, or to counteract with specials going in. But enough being said, let's just jump straight into it.
Yeah, we're gonna go right into this matchup here. That is gonna be Towson Tigersharks on the outside. That's gonna be orange. Blue side is the Grizzco Workers Union. Taking a look at the women's right out of the gate, some very oddball choices here to start Rocket, to say the least. Red Dapples, you got a Vanilla Charger. That's the very interesting notes here. Big dude, by the way, with that third kit. I gotta remember the Claws 96 gal, if I'm not mistaken. That's the one with the cooler that tells the dishing out. Very interesting set of weapons to start things off here, Rocket.
Yeah, it does look like WPI utilizing Mortis on that vac to really be the one to lead the push, be the ones to go in with that vacuum, but they are taken out on that left side by that third strike, so an opportunity for the Towson Tigersharks to move forward. Interesting choice with the well stream. It will provide them a lot of value too, get that Rainmaker pop and usually win those Rainmaker pops, a Booyah Bomb, excuse me, will be placed to just delay the push a little bit, but the Towson Tigersharks strike first.
Yeah, this is just pure aggro right now from the Towson Tigersharks here. Grizzco working Union having to burn a lot of their specials right away to stop the push from happening. The Booyah Bomb had to be thrown into the pedestal. They're losing multiple members at a time. Comes down to a clutch pick there from Mortis, I believe, that gets the snipe, but it is Towson still playing strong. Zuka takes him out at the end, and this could be a very convincing Game 1 dub unless the Grizzco Working Union has anything to say about it. Plant is, however, right there, and it will likely be the Towson Tigersharks. Yeah, the 3 down, that should be it here. Game 1 off to a ferocious start right away. Towson Tigersharks convincing Game 1 dub for them to start.
That's exactly how you want to start things. WPI kind of getting their welcome to Division 1 moment there, but from start to finish, Towson Tigershark just put the pedal to the metal, constantly getting these key picks, just getting to that elbow position in record time. You saw constantly that Carbon leading the way for the rest of their team, and it just provided so much space that left WPI Grizzco Workers Union in a difficult spot to contest. You see Mortis just being contested by that bottom side, walks right into that Zuka, wonderfully played there, and it just provided so much space for Towson Tigersharks to really work with, and that's exactly what was the theme of it. They just had more space to operate and a lot more options.
Yeah, and very fast start too. Also, multiple 3-down situations there just got Towson's Tigersharks everything that they needed to just push that one through, and it showed time and time again with each attack that they did. And now Grizzco Workers Union again, best of 3. Now you have to win them all here, and now you're coming down from basically an uncommon map mode from Manta Maria Rainmaker to something a little bit more common, I guess you could say here. Rocket with Umami Ruin Zones, the 2-zone map coming up here. Anything you kind of saw between with the comps from the previous game? Could that be something specific for Rainmaker, or do we think there should be comp changes coming up here? Rocket, to your guess.
I mean, I think there are 2 weapons in particular that stand out for Rainmaker, particularly with what Towson Tigersharks had. You saw that Wellstring, of course, Wellstring, I was talking about it. Really strong at getting that Rainmaker pop and really providing pressure in its own sense in that way. And then on the other side, also mentioned in that previous game, was Mortis on that Charger with the Vac, a great weapon to utilize to really get in with. But on zones, not really the best weapons in terms of how you want to play things. Well, yes, I think it's more likely that the Wellstring will return. I'm not sure about the Charger. The Vac really won't get much value here, so I would envision if they do stick with a Charger, it'd probably be a ZNF for those trip strikes.
I can imagine that'll probably be one of the many choices you will see here if you want to go that route. We haven't seen the 3rd kit Charger for good reason. There are better alternatives there, so a lot of interesting things to think about. I'm sure both teams have mulled that through a little bit more as we're about to queue ourselves right in. There is going to be that Claws 96 still being stuck around for Towson.
Oh.
On the other side, it is actually going to be the 3rd kit Charger. I didn't exactly meant to predict that, but it turns out, hey, I was apparently thinking on the same page that Mortis is. The 3rd kit Charger, though, with the Crab Tank, a very interesting choice. You have long range. You can also double it up with the Crab Tank as well. I'd be intrigued to see if Grizzco Workers Union can make this work and get a lot of control that they have. But right now, it is going to be the same story here. Rocket already 2 down here from the Grizzco Workers Union. They only have a Booyah Bomb to their name, but that's not going to be used anymore. The wipeout already to start. The Towson Tigersharks already taking down on these points.
Yeah, and Plants just leading the way with that Carbon, at the very least managing to find one, and you saw causing a distraction. That is the benefit and the strength of Carbon. Disco finding one with that Booyah Bomb, still has a player to contend with on this left side, but just gunning it straight for that Wellstring. But the rest of the Towson Tigersharks are there to come to their teammates' aid. And just constantly fighting together is what we see the strength of Towson Tigersharks has been. Constantly having 2 players just poking away has been their strengths. Here come the strikes. One of them won't make it into that zone, but could provide an opportunity for the Grizzco Workers Union to move in. However, they are quickly forwarded as the picks are going into the favor of the Towson Tigersharks.
Yeah, Towson Tigersharks, however, getting all the picks that they need and able to keep the advantages going right away. Also, multiple opportunities with the 2 and 3 down. This has to be the go button right now for the Grizzco Workers Union, but they're going to go stagger 3. That is just going to be game. And Rocky, you might have heard the familiar phrase of "Welcome to Insert Sports" here. This is the Grizzco Workers Union game. Their ultimate welcome to Division 1 moment. Towson Tigersharks get sweeps Grizzco Workers Union 2-0 to move on to the next round.
Yeah, if you're on the side of Towns and Tigersharks, that's exactly how you want to start things off here in bracket. Get some momentum from Underview. If you're on the side of Grizzco, you just have to take that loss on the chin. We'll use this as valuable experience to kind of just get right back to here. But even making it to this point is a wonderful achievement, moving from Div 2 to Div 1. But I mean, just from start to finish, Towns and Tigersharks able to just get into that mid control and never look back, really just making it difficult for the Grizzco worker unions to move in. Nice shot from Mortis, but they weren't able to get in time as the strikes really delayed any opportunity for the Grizzco workers union to move back in.
Ultimately, as you kind of broke it down perfectly there, but I also want to also focus on the bigger story there too. I'm still going to focus that this is their ultimate welcome to Division 1 moment. This is basically a lot more tougher competition that the Grizzco Workers Union had, and I feel like for Towson Tigersharks, almost that aggression that we saw from games 1 and 2 really started to show, where Grizzco Workers Union almost like multiple steps behind of what the Towson Tigersharks were dishing out there, and it kind of just showed time and time again. Also, some valuable picks there from their front line. I think Plant got a handful, which I actually had to confirm. This is the Plant I remember from Lowing from months ago. It was indeed the same Plant that I remember, who was an excellent carbon roller player as well. So this is a very tough team that Grizzco Workers Union were up against. But I mean, to your point, for the Grizzco Workers Union, you got your taste of Division 1, and now the focus is you got your result from the fourth qualifier. Now you just got to build upon it if you want to keep playing in future qualifiers. See how you can fare against some of the more tougher competition up ahead.
For sure, Keon. And taking a look at things here in Division 1 for our other teams that have already moved their way to round through, PSU Blue, the number 1 seed in this bracket, already had a bye, so they're just sitting pretty in round 2. Arc Halley, another team with some pretty dominant performances. I believe they won the last qualifier, if I'm not mistaken, coming off that win against the Splatlanders 2-0, as will have punched their ticket into round 2. So still waiting on a couple more of these matches to get underway to really see how things are going to shape up as we move to our final 8. But don't go anywhere. The rest of this bracket will continue after a short break.
go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down, down, down? If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right? Full steam through the setbacks. You can't win them all, but I'm proud I tried. I'm glad we had a dialogue. It's good to shape the mind. Speeding up the pace, turning up the heat. Where I need to be for the first time. I'm taking risks. I'm casting off without a lifeline. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual.
And we are back. Welcome back to CCA Circuit Qualifier number 4, aforementioned. This is the first qualifier in Split 2, so both of these all these teams, excuse me, are trying to get up there on the leaderboard with their opening points. Taking a look at things here, we're looking at match 2.4 between Reef Runners and CSULB Gold.
Yeah, Reef Runners and CSULB Gold, aptly mentioned by the producer, Rocket, as a California battle here we got between these two teams. If you guys need the refresher, because it's down there on the screen right there, Reef Runners out of Cal Poly Pomona versus the CSULB Gold of California State University Long Beach. So we do get a true California battle between these two teams. This should be honestly another fun one. I've seen Reef Runners in previous CCA tournaments of years past, and then the same can be said for CSULB Gold. The ultimate question that I'm sure everybody in the audience will be looking out for is which of these two teams out of California will be moving on to semifinals, actually, where they'll wait what's going to happen on the other side of that bracket. So Rocket, I think we got a fun matchup coming up.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that they're as excited as we are, because just taking a quick look in the chat, I see a lot of friendly competition between both these sides. They seem to know each other fairly well, so always love to see that little bit of friendly competition before you go all serious. And I was like, all right, let's beat them. Let's win this. And speaking of which, fast flowing into things, we're starting on Clan Blitz Museum as our game one to kick things off here.
Yeah, and you already saw the upcoming one. The staple of most Rainmaker maps is going to be that Pumpback Rainmaker for game 2. And inevitably going to be played here coming up. But we'll talk about that later, as you noted there too. Museum de Alfonsino Clan Blitz, another Clan Blitz staple for those who are checking in. We do got our rosters here. We are gonna see the alpha team that will be Reef Runner. CSULB Gold is gonna be on the Bravo. We'll be detailing these two teams later here, as we're about to cue ourselves right into this fun little matchup. So as we take a look at the weapons that we are going to see here. Okay. So this has to be this has to be agreed between the two teams, because if you're gonna have a California battle, why not play the same main weapon the entire time, Rocket? It's time for silliness for game 1.
Okay, this is definitely not on my bingo card, but I mean, I was talking about it. These two teams know each other well, and like you mentioned, this is how you kick off a California game, right? I guess so. Both sides with both Clash Blaster kits on active here. Obviously, you barely, if ever, see this weapon being brought out, but time for some Zuka Chaos Hump for some fun here. As both sides really just trading blows with each other, just trying to get an edge, just trying to see if they can get some clams together. But actually, Reef Runners will be the ones to get that first opening wipeout, now fast flowing, to get onto that spinner area and potentially score.
Yeah, potential scoring opportunity up ahead with two players on Reef Runners having 7 clams. Clams are being tossed ahead. Squid just ignores one of them and just gets a double by his own, but it comes at the cost of their objective as they just end up getting the push basically stalled, and they'll have to pick themselves back up here against those power claims respawn. We'll have to throw it back near base. Rocket and the rest of chat, do not change your sets, do not change your streams, do not have to make any quality adjustments to it. Yes, it is 8 Clash Blasters. I think, Rocket, you mentioned before, the understatement of the game so far is Clash Blaster gets no airtime.
Yes, but it's basically making it all up in one go, with 8 of them being brought out here. The Zuka and the Chumps kits pretty much in equal use as we see with CSULB. You have the Chumps to really provide yourself a little bit more chipping power, as well as that Zuka to just outright get that long-range kill. Really the only long-range option that these Clash Blasters will have. You'll have the Chumps moving in now for Long Beach as they try to slowly but surely move forward, as the 1-for-1 trade will be had. Hydro, almost to a ball, is just waiting for an opportunity to move forward, but immediately shut down by Dreamer there, who gets that 1-for-1 trade. Both sides now just trying to find an opening, as it is still deadlock even in this match.
Still deadlocked even, and only Amnesia has one is one power clam short, or one clam short, excuse me, from getting the power clam spawned in. It looks like the power clam that Reef Runner had has disappeared off the radar, so they're gonna have to rebuild themselves back up. Dreamer runs into a splat bomb there, as the rest of CSULB Gold, they get the triple, so this is going to be a prime scoring opportunity for sure now. It is just one clam picked up for that power clam. Amnesia's going to be the one moving up ahead, but they are going to be shut down there, and Blanca is going to be the one that gets shut down on top of it. Rocket, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to go, and no push to sort of speak of right now. Maybe this is the chance for Hydro as they get the cash in right away, and that's the first scores of the game.
That might as well be the only score of the game so far, based on how we've seen this matchup kind of play out. Hydro managing to sneak on by with that opening score. Still, though, a lead that can definitely be taken right back by Reef Runners. Of course, you just need that PD clan to go in and one more to secure things, but the major problem is actually getting up onto the spinner to even get any contention to begin with. You'll need a chump and at least a Zuka killer too. Very nice shot there onto ULB to be able to get that 1-for-1 trade, but still not a lot of space being had by Reef Runners, of course, given the nature of the quad Clash Blaster comp. You really have to have these specials find their value.
I mean, there's really nothing else to sort of speak of for strategy. You know, it's just 4 Clash Blasters. The ultimate question is, you notice here with Reef Runners here, they have, I believe, just one alternative kit. The other, CSULB Gold, excuse me, has 2 of the same. So technically, the compositions for the weapons are just a tad different here. It's ultimately going to boil down to if it starts to matter in the end when it comes to the spaces that they need. It's going to be a double to 2-for-1 trade, just like that. Jagaika using that Zuka immediately gets a point-blank shot onto Amnesia, gets the second shot on the Hydro. That's 2 ticks right away, but is the push going to be there? Split Kid going to use the curling bomb, trying to carve out a path that's going to get stalled out by the bomb, but that's okay for them. That buys themselves enough time. That is going to be 80 points remaining now the 60-point frame as we get to see 2 power clans cashed in, 3 members down for CSULB Gold. Still a prime scoring opportunity here, and Jagaika is immediately kept the door open for them as they do get 2 more small clans in. Rocket, 27 seconds left to go on the clock, and Reef Runner takes the lead.
Absolutely huge for them to continue to apply that pressure and being able to make it all the way down to 54 when these points will matter the most. Those couple 1 or 2 clams could be the difference between a win and a loss here. 10 seconds left. Long Beach does have 2 Zukas available. That opening pick, those opening 2 picks are a great way to start things as Amnesia, just trying to hunt for these last players. Overtime looming and a great opportunity for Long Beach to potentially steal this one right back. A ball is on its way. It will fall, and the second one does as well. A iron wall has been made at the barrier in front of Reef Runners. A ball will eventually make its way in, but will there be any follow-up? The rest of Reef Runners just rallying to that, and Long Beach, from out of nowhere, a jump manages to come in from that box, from that right side, to take that one right back. Long Beach with the opening game.
Long Beach with a valiant return there to get the lead change, and that was bizarrely enough, Rocket, the most entertaining Clan Blitz game I think I've seen in quite some time, to say the least. Eight Clash Blasters, the war of Clash Blasters between the 2 California teams is going to strike out. And here's what we had to see. 2 members already down, by the way. Amnesia using the Zuka because they know Dreamer picks up the Power Clam. It acts as a beacon for Long Beach Gold to know where the players are on that one. Now, I gotta give them credit. I gotta give Reavers a little bit of credit here. They got the 2 critical stops that they need to stall out overtime a little bit more, but Amnesia and Shu immediately rushes in. Amnesia did get popped at the end, but Duke slides in. The curling bomb was just used expertly after the jump to swim through. They pick up the power claim. They get the lead change here, and that is how Long Beach gets game 1. What is basically considered the most wackiest game 1 I think anybody has ever watched, with 8 Clash Blasters. Now, I need to know, now, whatever the script I said here, Rocket, about weapon comps, I'm just going to throw this out the door. I'm just wondering what both teams are going to do for game number 2 here, which is going to be the Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker map coming up.
If there's any map to really breed chaos, it would be Humpback Rain. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen. I call it the Gladiator Coliseum for a reason. Not only just given the shape of it, but just the amount of places people can kind of pop up out of nowhere. Mid is usually just a chaotic hurricane of just fights. But like you mentioned, there's nothing really to kind of go off with. I mean, all I can say, welcome to Division 1. I mean, if that's how this set, if that's a little bit of how this set is going to go out, I'm sure it's going to get somehow even crazier as we continue. But yeah, with that one in the books, Long Beach put themselves up 1-0 in the set, knocking on the doors of a potential 2-0. Reef Runners kept that one pretty close, so despite that loss, that match was still pretty evenly played out. So this game 2 could be the one to decide it all. Could Long Beach secure this one, or will Reef Runners punch right back?
I'm still gonna continue to reiterate. There's nothing to build off of for game 1 for any sort of chat that you're ever gonna hear from us two. On the Flash Masters, you're not gonna get anything off of us. I'm being honest with y'all here, y'all in the audience. But I will also note, if PSU Blue or TZS ever want to dish out Quad Explo, please be my guest. I'll Venmo you the cash here soon. But no, in all serious talk. There for Division 1. You know they're the ultimate welcome to Division 1. I'm sure Split 2 start off with some shenanigans. Now, there's 2 ways that this can go. This is a choose your adventure script that we're gonna have here, Rocket. Do both teams continue in this California battle, and a friendly one, by the way, just at that. Again, you see 8 Clash Blasters because you know both teams know each other. Do they continue to stick with the same main weapon throughout this set? Or do we get to see a divergence here where they actually decide to play a little bit more diverse set of weapons? I'm not even going to say meta in this case. Or do they pick a diverse set of weapons? Let's play something here, Rocket. Do we see diverse or same?
I'm on the road of chaos, so I hope we see some absolute crazy comps here, but we'll just have to wait and see. It does look like we'll be seeing a return to normalcy, unfortunately. But still, normalcy is, I say, with a grain of salt, because when you take a look at Long Beach comp, there you see that vac from the Big Swig, you have the carbon, and you have that bow. So a little bit unusual from Long Beach. Reef Runners, really nothing too out of the ordinary, but still a little interesting here as we open things up.
Yeah, actually kind of an interesting setup here from Long Beach to start things off. The Big Swing doesn't normally get airtime, but everything else does in the weapon contexts here. I'm actually gonna be curious to see if they're gonna get immediate value there with that Big Swing. I think that's what we're gonna see all eyes on right away. Reef Runners, however, does not want us to talk about that because they're gonna start things off with a very strong start. 2 members already down. The Booyah Bomb was used, but came in just a little too late right away. But 2 members already down, and that is a point that, okay, that was a frame perfect hammer toss that I just saw that took out Hydra on the jump, and that basically took the 2 members down. This is gonna be a very convincing dub there for Reef Runners. We go to game 3 right away, Rocket, after Reef Runners decides to just ignore all pretexts that we had leading up to this.
Right. What is the set so far? Game 2. I don't even... Yes, it's just absolutely no words to describe how chaotic it has been, but Glonka, 2 kills with the hammer coming in from behind out of nowhere. After getting that one onto Duke, I believe they were able to continue that momentum, and like you mentioned, that perfect hammer throw onto the jump basically opened the doors, opened a quite literal just golden path forward, and Reef Runners just took that opportunity to do so in a matter of less than a minute, mind you. Very difficult to do, and just massive props for Reef Runners to kind of bounce back. So we got a little bit of what we see. Yeah, you see there Glonka finding 2 with the hammer, and then 3, 2, 1, bonk onto that jump. Really nicely done for them to kind of open things up. But now, if it being 1-1, it's anyone's game, it's anyone's set, and I don't even know what to predict anymore.
Anyone's set is gonna be is just the conclusion. Just you can halt the presses on that one there too. By the way, game 3, for those wondering, is gonna be Ramen Zones gonna be coming up. This one very standard coming up here as well. Well, what we digest, game 1 we know is Auto Clash Blasters. This one's a very much the return to, as you mentioned, the normalcy that we can see from both teams. Long Beach just a little bit, yeah, exactly. Long Beach a little off the beaten path. Just a tiny bit. I wouldn't be shocked, by the way, Rocket, if Long Beach does go a little bit different here on this zones map, to say the least. That kind of comp that I saw kind of screams they wanted to try that out with Humpback Pump Drive Rainmaker. Also has a lot of painting problems on top of it too, so that's gonna be. I wouldn't be shocked if there is a change with that. I think with Reef Runners though, if I were to have a read after that Choose Your Adventure discussion there, I think they're gonna just stick to what they just did.
Right. Like, exactly what you mentioned there. With Long Beach, they had 2 rollers. That's not something that is particularly sustainable for zones in particular, given that your only real paint is going to be coming out of that mini. Because Bow, well, yes, it can kind of paint, and it's not going to really be that effective here. And I believe that Big Swig did have VAC, if I'm not mistaken, so they were trying to go for some kind of VAC play to really utilize for Humpback in particular. But 100% agree with you, Keon. I believe they're going to change something different here. But we'll just have to wait and see, because we're just going to jump straight into this fast-flowing Game 3 for all the marbles. Winner will move on to the next round, round 3. So let's see what we got.
Yeah, only a slight divergence that we see from Reef, so to speak. And yeah, changes definitely confirmed for that one. They go to the 56 gal. There is that Blue Dapples. No surprise, honestly, with that one. That has the Reef Slider that is available to make that one count. The oddball choice is a Tri-Shirt, but they did dish that one out earlier just with a different kit, so they're going to go with a little bit of a flexible choice there. E-Leader and NZAP for Reef Runners. You have a cooler option. You have long range here. You get to see that E-Leader that Squib is using to just climb up and then try to get a few picks that we saw earlier. So the concept definitely makes sense here, to say the least, and we are now on to probably the most normal matchup we can have right away in Game 3. 30 seconds in and already points near the quarter marker for Reef Runners. Rocket.
For sure, you have Duke already trying to contest this elbow area. They're able to find one before they're taken out, but Glonka going in with this hammer, you know how dangerous they can be. Trying to hunt for these picks, not quite being able to be found, just trying to take the scrimmage on this right side. They won't manage to find one, but will they be able to jump out in time? No, they won't, as Hydro, we're now shifting our focus. The back line of Long Beach just helping their teammates move up this elbow position for Long Beach to hold.
Yeah, they're just trying to move up there, and Amnesia was just moving a little far. I think just trying to stall out Reef Runners just a little bit longer than they need to. Definitely the right idea, just not a little mistimed. And we can see this back and forth that we saw so far. Now giving ourselves a little bit of time to digest. I'm gonna be intrigued to see how the entry points are gonna work out for CSULB Gold. I kind of expect the Blue Dapples with that Reslider to be the Q, and along with the roller to move it forward here for Long Beach. And for Reef Runners, I'd imagine the same can be said for Galonka and the rest of the gang, especially with Squid Kid playing the backline so far, as this is just perfect control right now. Rocket, the lead has changed. Reef Runners has great control so far.
Long Beach wants any chance of getting this one back. You need to deal with Squib Kid, or at the very least avoid that E-Leader's gaze. This is exactly where Reef Runners want to be. 20 seconds left. Time is running out. Two specials are online. Reef Slider now going in just to try to create some space. As the chumps, they will get punished on that Reef Slider, but it has bought Long Beach an opportunity to move forward. They do go 2 players down, so it could be a very quick hold unless Amnesia can do anything. Finding one onto Dreamer, trying to hunt for these remaining players, just trying to shark and live to fight another day, as Long Beach just trying to secure any space, just trying to buy themselves any time here, as Reef Runners still knocking at the doorstep of the zone.
And exactly what I noted there earlier, they're using that Reef Slider to just be the entry point, look for the neutral, then everybody else follows suit. On top of it, Amnesia using that roller, using the bubble there to just get themselves all painted up. And Squib Kid, let's ignore that for a second. Squib Kid gets 2 immediate snipes. Is looking for the point blank one and gets the triple, to say the least. Squib Kid on a mission immediately gets things, opens up here for Reef Runners, as Squib Kid already delivering 3 critical picks, to say the least here. Rocket, and Reef Runners has moving up forward.
Great position to be in for Reef Runners. Now, not a lot of specials to really utilize in the pockets of Long Beach. You do have the chumps coming out from Hydro to maybe provide a little bit of paint. You have the Dapples now with Reef Slider. They will find Glonka there, and that will be the much-needed zone flip for Long Beach to stay alive in this one. 2 minutes remaining in the match. Still plenty of time for things to change here as the penalty points continue to tick down for Long Beach, trying to etch out their penalty points, just trying to close that lead a little bit, but still, yet again, Reef Runners back at the doorstep of this zone, and that Booyah Bomb should secure it for them, which it will.
I mean, ultimately, for Long Beach, they just need to get themselves out of this hole here and trying to avoid the constant amount of pressure that they have. I am seeing what it could be Shu lurking right away, but realizing that everybody's kind of dispersed. Reefers might have markers on them, and they're gonna go down. The Suction Bomb just right there is gonna eliminate them, and they're gonna be out of the penalty points here soon. Oh, for sure now, as 2 members already down. Maybe Amnesia has a counter attack with them, and they will right away. 1 minute and 3 seconds left to go. Looked really dire there, especially they were so close to getting out the 14 points remaining. But Amnesia is playing heroics right now with this roller, and Long Beach is going to be out the penalty points here soon. Reaper just has a response, doesn't have a response quite yet. 50 seconds in, and Long Beach still has control.
Blanca with the hammer here, just waiting for somebody to dare challenge them, just utilizes it on the zone to get a little bit more paint there. Reef Runners back in business, in control of the zone, but Duke there with the quick counter. This Gal doing wonders here for Long Beach just to try to secure this area, but it has been a tug of war back and forth so far in the zone. Both sides trading blows, trading specials. The ball is very much in the court of Long Beach here. You only have the chumps and the Reef Slider to really get back into the zone, but Dreamer does have their Booyah Bomb available to utilize, so you really need to take out this pro before they get that value. Penalty points no longer a problem for Reef Runners as the points continue to tick down. 2 players are down for Long Beach. This could be the end of this game here as long as no other players from Long Beach secure that zone, and it will be just like that. Reef Runners take this set 2-1 and move on in the bracket.
Yeah, the critical pick there was that Blue Devils going down. Shu was the one that was armed with the space that they needed, but so that forces Amnesia to shift forward to the other direction to find the other members of Reef Runners, and it just led to the staggered game that we saw right away. And I mean, Reef Runners just being stuck in 14 points remaining for an extended amount of time, but they had control. They weren't too worried. Long Beach had to find ways to enter in and they just got carved out there slowly at the end. As I think this could be honestly, I think this might be the highlight here where we got to saw the triple from Squib Kid. This was a snipe onto Hydro with the second one onto Amnesia next, and then Duke tries to move forward because it was the 3-down situation. Duke was trying to duel with Squib Kid, but a nice little shot there on that E-leader, and they were just a few seconds too late to take out Shu next, but the rest of the team followed up suit. That was the highlight play for the E-leader there, and at the end, or rather Squib Kid in that regard, gotta give props to them. But at the end of the day, just a lot of control from Reef Runners. Long Beach just needed a little bit more, need a few more entry points to make that lead change happen, and it just didn't work out. I mean, Reef Runners at 2-1 victory in a very entertaining set. An understatement again, a very entertaining set that we have watched there, Rocket.
For sure, and with that, Reef Runners, move on to semifinals where they could potentially be facing Towson Tigersharks. We saw earlier get the victory over WPI Grizzco Workers Union. That current set is 1-0 in favor of Towson Tigers versus UCF Knights. A little bit of history between Reef Runners and Towson Tigersharks. Towson Tigersharks actually got a 3-0 sweep against them in group stages in this particular qualifier, so that could be a little bit of history to kind of go back on to try to predict that one. But still, massive props though to Reef Runners for, yes, the one game that they did lost was, remember that game 1, the 8s Clash Blasters. So being able to kind of bounce back from that, to go from that to a little bit more serious and get 2 quick wins like that is absolutely impressive from them to bounce back. So definitely a team to pay attention to for sure, as they are in top 4. But we're not going to be taking a look at that set. I believe a set that is waiting for us is PSU Blue versus Arc Halley, a very, very anticipated game.
This is a very highly anticipated game for multiple reasons here. I know you have a lot of thoughts with Arc Halley for very good reasons, for the record. I got mine with PSU Blue following this team back at from years back, especially Riptide. I'll be honest with that. So this is going to be a very entertaining matchup that we could potentially be seeing up ahead here. I know seeing, if you're looking at Sendu, is the 1v4, but PSU Blue is a very, very strong team, by the way. They had a great result in person at Riptide. I can definitely relay that there, and I'm gonna be curious to see how Arc Halley performs, because it is basically a strong team they're up against. Arc Halley does have a really good road ahead of them. Both teams actually gained their 2-0 so it's in rounds 1 and quarterfinals, or round 2 in that regard. So I think Rocket, the way that this matchup could play out, this could go multiple ways. This could be another story for PSU Blue to get more points, or Arc Halley could do something crazy good out of this set.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, in that Qualifier 3, we saw Arc Halley get the 3-2 victory over PSU Blue. So that little bit of history could provide yet another storyline here for a little bit of revenge. You were mentioning, I know a little bit about Arc Halley, the UTD college, very close to me. Just in that aspect. Not only that, I do know a couple of these players. Sam, my coach, very good shot player, lost a Carbon player, great in their own rights, and some great players around them to boot with Anda and Vassell, I believe, playing Edit, and I think another support shooter. However, they could potentially change it on us. But PSU Blue, number 1 seed for a reason. You know them, you love them.
Yep.
I mean, what else to be said? V, Ryan, F Snow, Arctan, and Jay. I mean, star-studded all around.
This is a very strong team. Arctan, I think, might be their fifth edition or new edition. I know from this group, and the main core is J Money or Jay, Snow, Ryan, and V running out the core 4. It's gonna be very intriguing to see how these players are going to be dishing out here. Again, another best of 3 in semifinals. So it's going to be, again, so normally when you see semifinals, you sometimes a competitive player's mindset is, okay, we might have to be played the long haul like a best of 5 or something. No, you only get 3 games to work off of. So first to 2 is going to be the determined, the first to 2 wins rather will be moving on to finals here in Division 1. That's so margin of error very small right now for either team. I know for PSU Blue, they just want to make sure that it's just business as usual for them. And for Halley Rocket, as we're going to be queuing up here rather soon, they want to see if they are continue to be as legit as they are in Division 1 here. Real quickly, they did finish 4th. PSU Blue is 2nd in Split 1. We take a look at the weapons here. That is a vanilla. Those are vanilla dualies. I'm a little surprised by that because no, I don't normally see on vanilla dualies here. That's the note there. And awesome Rio, Sam, Fuse, and Kensa, they are dishing out pretty typical weapons to see right away here in Megomar Tower Control. And Rocket 10 seconds in, both teams approaching mid.
Yeah, and this is no surprise to me with what Halley is running, really centered around that Carbon. Carbon's such a great weapon, given the geometry of Mako Marks. It can provide so much value, and you have 2 players to really go around that with Sam and Kensa, just to really provide them so many opportunities and ink to move forward. Of course, Anda there as well. Managing to find the opening pick onto Snow could open things up. However, you do have to worry about that Zuka on the right stack. Loss goes down pretty early, but the paint is still there for a little bit of movement as Halley will get the first opening picks and opening points, but PSU Blue punching right back.
Yeah, PSU Blue right now punching back there. But that is a Zuka from the other side by Brioche. They are going to get shut down though by J Money. J Money staying very much alive here for PSU Blue to get everybody all squared away. If it had Jay went down, that could have been rough there. But Penn State still sticking around a little bit longer. They prevent more points being cashed in. Very even game to say the least right there. As Snow was getting caught in no man's land, getting surrounded by bombs. They're just going to escape out of that. And right now, Rocket, still a very neutral game there. V trying to see if they can get value with Zuka. And it looks like they pick off and Awesome on the side. And Awesome gets completely caught off guard there, peeking out and they get met with the Trizuka right on them. And Rocket, this could be a big opportunity here for PSU Blue until it wasn't. And that will be likely to stop Halley holds. And no checkpoint has been cleared.
Yeah, Lost being able to get around that tower, countering out one man, finding the second as well, completely slowing down PSU's push. Now, you saw that Zuka being played out just to create some space, and it actually goes down on that crab on the tower. Strikes going out as well. The specials heavily being invested by Halley to just secure this area. Lost goes down to that splashdown, however, coming out from Vapor just to try to secure a little bit more space and trying to slowly but surely poke away at Halley. Still fairly even during this entire match so far. Yes, Halley does have that one checkpoint advantage, but all it takes is one push for things to completely turn around, though Halley are trying to make sure that doesn't slip away from them as Lost finds another one onto V with that Zuka.
Yeah, Lost immediately finding one there, and that Zuka pick could be huge. It opens up a little bit of space there for Halley to push forward to the second checkpoint, but they are going to get stalled out. Still a very nice pick overall. Both jumps all punished there. Penn State Blue gets the wipeout. Now, this could be pretty rough right away for Halley. They invested a lot onto that push, and as you see right there, Penn State there immediately moves up. PSU Blue rather moves up a bit. They get control of the map that they can work around, and Jay is going to be the one playing it to the right side. V immediately pushes to the left, and everybody in Penn State Blue in great position right now as V fires a suction bomb to deter the next push coming up here. Still using the crab there. Crab on crab battle there, and Austin comes out on top. They are the last crab standing, but so far Halley still trying to stall out another possible push that Penn State Blue is dishing out. 2 members have gone down, and this is not the lead change quite yet, Rocket, as it looks like they are just inching ever so forward. But it looks like Vapor using the triple splashdown, they get the wipeout. That's the lead change, and it should be the second checkpoint being cleared.
Absolute huge splashdown coming out from Vapor, completely shutting down Halley's retake attempt. We saw 3 players from Halley jumping near the tower, just trying to contest it, but they all fell. Sam now nearing that trip strike, trying to get anything going on this left side. Strikes are available and ready, so is this Crab and the Cooler, just to try to utilize and try to move forward. A 1-for-1 trade will be had on this right stack. A minute left. Still a possible comeback, but a tall task to ask now.
Yeah, and again, the heavy investment there onto that previous clip from Halley. Penn State Blue understanding we can get a lot of control of the map and then work our way forward. It was a crazy battle at the end as Jake catches Halley off guard and losses in no man's land. That is the delayed wipe, and that will be Penn State Blue stopping another potential push that Halley was about to dish out there. About 40 seconds left to go on the clock. 2 specials are online. That will be the Whale, the Zuka, the 3rd special now available. Make that all 4 specials that can be used. They don't have GD specials. They probably won't. They may not need them, rather, as the loss goes down on the Whale. That will be, could be Penn State Blue holding firm. They get 2 members down right away. Sam gets the pick, the Crab tank, but they need to start hurrying up here soon with 2 members dropping there. That will be V and Sam on that duel. 10 seconds left to go on the clock. The 2-for-2 trade, which will favor Penn State in terms of the context here, as we do get CJ. Everybody else is just vibes on. The 3 members have gone down. This should be the dub. Rocket, that is Penn State Blue. That one push tells it all. That's game 1 for Penn State Blue.
Saw Halley with a good start, but a strong finish from PSU Blue. Yet again, I want to highlight the turning point of that match. All it takes is one play to completely turn the tide of things. It did look like PSU Blue was losing a little bit of momentum on that push as Halley was collapsing onto the tower, but Vapor from the right stack, I believe, with that splashdown completely removed everyone off of the map, completely gave them so much space. You see Vapor already on that right side, just poking away, just trying to wait for the opportunity to really get in, and you saw a great Zuka, though, coming in from Lost to just apply that pressure, but here is that key moment. You see Sam, you see Anda, and you see Lost all jumping in, and they all get shut down there with a combination of that Zuka and that splashdown. Nicely done there from PSU Blue to take that one.
I mean, great patience there. Vapor or they're immediately getting the expo points there down, or rather, and that was just great coordination overall there that we saw from Penn State, and now they get the chance to move on to finals. They just need to get one more map win, but I think here, Rocket, if you can be proud of Halley because they did fight valiantly. Things could be looking up for them here into game 2. If they can get those critical finds that they need, they're just gonna have to do it in a map named Scorch Gorge Clam Blitz for game 2. The resident Clam Blitz fan will show up and will be happy to see this. Although I'm sure earlier in this session they saw Opto Class Blasters and were not approving of that matchup. So if you want clean Clam Blitz matchups here with no memes, chances are you're gonna be seeing one here. And this is pretty much do or die now for Halley, Rocket.
Yeah, and the thing I want to kind of emphasize in this matchup is going to be those closer range weapons with Lost on that Carbon and J-Money on that Brush. Ink Brush, always going to be an annoyance, but specifically on Clam Blitz for a variety of reasons. Really good mobility to pick up those clams. Carbon, always a danger as well, given the ledges. There are still very, very good opportunities to really camp those ledges here. We could see a switch over to the V-Roller for a bubble, but it's neither here or there, but I do expect very similar, if not the same comps from both sides as we take a quick look at it. We will see at least a Gal being brought out from PSU Blue and Sam switching over to the V-Shot, but overall, pretty much the same comps.
Snow's been an interesting player so far because I'm so vividly remembering PSU Blue, running double Zukas there with the 2 shots. Snow playing a little bit more playing with flexibility rather, with the 52 Gal being used. So there's going to be some interest. This is going to be an interesting dynamic that I'm going to be curious to see if PSU Blue can make happen. But as you know, pretty similar comps across the board, other than a few flexible changes there, as you know, with Halley moving into the B shot. So want to see how both teams attempt to start here for just about close to 40 seconds into this matchup. Only player that has a potential power claim available is going to be Penn State Blue, but that is going to be the wipeout actually. For prime opportunity right now. Halley immediately catching on this push. They will get 1+1 A lot of small clams in. Let's try to do the math. 1 + 8 is the score so far, and that is a strong push right away, Rocket, to start things off.
I'm not sure what's more impressive, the fact that Halley was able to do that in quick succession, or the quick calculations you did there for the point totals. But regardless, PSU Blue continuously trying to move forward now and back into business, trying to see if they can get into this mid-control area. Sam, in a very tough spot on this right side, is taken out by that Zuka. Another taken out by a Zuka, I believe as well, in loss. And with that 2-for-1 trade, numbers will go into Pennsylvania's favor as they try to move forward, at least trying to regain some ground.
Yeah, and for PSU Blue, just the unfortunate wipeout there that did signal the go for Halley that they need, but still plenty of time left on the clock here too. It's always gonna be the slow burn. You're gonna need the team coordination to be rock solid so far, and for PSU Blue, they got that power clam readily available. They just gotta follow it up with the other picks that they have. V fires off with the pick onto Sam, follows up with a Zuka pick onto and awesome, and that will be Vapor tossing in the power clam. Now there's the counter push coming up here, and this is an even bigger push that we see right away. Another 3, make that another 4 small clams, make that the 1 + 12 push that we see here from PSU Blue, and that is a lead change. Again, lots of time left on the clock. Teams may tend to panic in these situations. PSU Blue not too phased at all. It's an even better push that we see from them so far, just down to the 38 points remaining, and they may keep up the momentum. They take out 3 from Halley here, Rocket.
Yes, and here's another dangerous position to be in if you're on the side of Halley. Vapor does have a ball in their hands, but they also do have the pity clam from earlier. Remember, they still have not utilized it, so if this push leads to something great, if there's a good opportunity, if there's time for PSU Blue to develop a push, it could hurt. You see at the top of your screen, 23 clams in the possession. 2 players found from Vapor.
No.
Really nice shot to find 2. There is the second ball as well, I believe, and the pity clam has still not been formed, it has not been grabbed yet. Now is do or die time. Sam trying to jump in. Here comes the pity claim. Will it come in time? No, it won't. So Halley will live to fight another day, but 2 minutes left. Now down a lot of points.
Right idea, just a few seconds too late in execution, but that is still an even better push that PSU Blue had. If we have the replay later on, I'd be curious to see what got the double there from Vapor, because that pretty much opened the door for PSU Blue to get the push moving up to the 9 points remaining, and that is a great lead. But again, Halley, you saw from earlier, they had a great first push to start. They have the potential to see if they can counter back, and Sam might be the person to do that. They immediately take out Vapor. That's 2 members down. The power clam has yet to be spawned. Everybody's chugging clams together to see if they can form one, and that will be another push available. They will look to not use the free clam back in base from the earlier push that PSU Blue had. They're trying to keep the control there. 31 points remaining. You got 2 members down already, and that's 3 down. PSU Blue cuts it down, but that is just 11 points remaining. They take care of the free clam to break the deficit home to just 2. But right now for Halley, they need to get the power clam if they want an OT. PSU Blue now having to play a little bit more defensively, or they maybe look for the knockout punch, Rocket.
Both sides have had marvelous pushes here. J-Money close to a ball of their own, but speaking of balls, the ball is in the court of Halley to make a move here. Splashdown being utilized on that elbow position as PSU Blue are not stopping at all with their aggression. They have broken the barrier yet again, looking for the knockout punch, not trying to give Halley any opportunity to punch right back, but will the clams be there? Will the players be there? It does look like Halley will have rallied to that elbow position. 20 seconds left though, and they do have a PD clan to really work with, so there will be an overtime. But the big question is, who is going to be the one to open the door for Halley to get in, or is PSU Blue gonna hold firm as overtime looms?
Yeah, overtime is going to win. That push actually was critical. That is the free clam that Halley has. That could be huge at the end of it. But it comes down to Halley as J-Money gets 2 at the top of the mountain. And that stalls a possible push that could be had. I think also the free clam was picked up as well to make this push happen. The door has been slammed shut there by PSU Blue. They will move on to finals rather with a 2-0 sweep. What a play by J-Money at the end to make that happen.
Just back and forward monstrous there with Halley with the very first push, knocking it down to 66. Just being able to go together in a quick amount of succession, but then PSU Blue right back there with a monstrous push of their own, and then yet another push to follow it up by forcing that 3-player down situation and controlling that elbow area. I believe this is the replay you were looking for earlier, Keon, with that 2-player down, maybe with Vapor just poking away at it. I think it might be actually slightly different, but no, it is. Vapor managed to get a nice shot right there, finding 2. I believe both those players were chipped by something else, but that allowed the rest of PSU Blue to knock it down to 9. But I gotta give props to Arc Halley for staying in there and almost taking that one back. They got it down to 11.
A lot that right there. Even we could talk. There is that delayed. There is the few seconds late in execution there from Snow. But I think think PSU Blue, that was going to be a very comfortable lead if they can make that one count. But at the end of the day, it just didn't really seem to they had to hold firm at the end. It didn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but that was really close. Let's be honest here. Arc Halley played valiantly at the end their Rocket to make that one count, and that, I mean, a lot of props to Jay. That Jay getting that double. I think they may have gotten the triple there. That happened all too quickly, but that pretty much signaled the end of it. And again, Arc Halley had to just pick up the free clamp, just get a push going, and that was just the end of it. And Rocket, I know it's been a long day for you. We'll get to break here in a bit. The other matchup on the other side of the bracket is the Towson Tigersharks and Reef, which you did see early on stream. The winner of that one will play PSU Blue. I mean, whoever comes out of that matchup, they got their work cut out for them rather coming up.
Yeah, so the semi so far has been a matchup of storylines. PSU Blue getting the revenge over Arc Halley for that qualifier number 3. On the other side, like I mentioned, Reef Runners fell to Towson Tigers 0-3 in their group matchup, so now a little bit of revenge there for their own right. But PSU Blue have punched their ticket to finals, so we'll see them here shortly, but their opponent is still to be determined. So, like you mentioned, Keon, we're going to go to a very quick break, but don't go anywhere. The conclusion of CCA Circuit Qualifier number 4 is around the corner.
Stop stalling in the doorway and cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel whole? Don't you wanna feel?
we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No. Who am I to let you down? Down, down. If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Inside lane, missing exits, glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. Break away, forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. And cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right?
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the feature game here on SplatoonTourney. It is CCA Season 2, Circuit Season 2, Qualifier 4, and we got ourselves our finals out of Division 1. PSULB versus Towson Tigersharks. We've seen both of them earlier today. Rocket. Of course, my name is Keon. Rocket's still with me as always for this particular matchup. We saw both teams earlier today. We saw PSULB in a very close 2-0. Towson Tigersharks, and earlier said, dishing out some great fire of their own. This should be hopefully a fun finals matchup coming up.
For sure. Now, finally, we are in best of 5 territory. A zone sandwich will be our set, starting things off with a uncommon map to kind of start things off with, but hey, it kind of matches the energy of what we've had here in this particular qualifier, with it being a little bit wacky. We're going to Urchin.
You know, the last time I've seen Urchin were many zones-only tournaments of certain weeks and months past, and it's making its grand appearance here in zones. For those who are not, for those wondering if you're trying to get caught up here with Urchin zones, it's the zones near the lower level. You do have a lot more change in altitude in terms of the terrain. So this is gonna be an interesting map to really start things off. And I do say interesting being the understatement of this set in particular. So, I mean, while we got that map queued up here, Rocket, let's just recap how both teams got to this point. PSU Blue has yet to actually drop a matchup so far in the bracket stage. Again, these were best of threes, so not a whole lot of matchups there, but they gotten the 6-0 wins against H-Town Rebels and Arc Halley to lead us here. Towson Tigersharks had a road for themselves. They took out the newly minted Grizzco Workers Union out of Division 1, the 2-0 against UCF Knights out of Central Florida, and then the close 2-1 against Reef Runners. That's how both teams get to this point. Both teams don't want to hear us talk about it much further because they're about to load into Urchin zones here. Penn State Blue versus the Towson Tigersharks. No changes so far. No surprises, rather. Not no changes. No surprises so far from the PSU Blue. Towson Tigersharks, very familiar set of weapons here. Rocket, we're off and running.
Yes, and yet again, PSU Blue fights another Carbon. We saw how they were able to at least limit loss in that previous set against Arc Halley. Can they do the same against Plant? That is going to be the major question here. You have J-Money on that left side poking away with those whales, daring any Towson Tigersharks to challenge them. Plant moving in, at least securing that kill onto the shot. Another going down, Snow going down with Tigersharks opening things off on the right foot.
Yeah. So far, Towson Tigersharks a little bit of a brawl there to say the least. Jay is able to get the pick down to Ori. Lee will be lost here for a moment, but there are two specials that are used. Jay uses the whale. There's a Zuka that's also being popped, and there's another change in zones. Now it's gonna come down to the picks here. No, I believe gets 3. Snow gets 3 with the crab tank, and that opens the floor here for PSU Blue. That's gonna be the lead change, and it's gonna build off of that triple there from the crab tank from Snow, Rocket.
And that's how exactly you answer with that triple with that crab, like you mentioned, the vapor with the Explosher as well. Two things that can chip really nicely. It's something that Towson Tigersharks has to deal with. You have Ori moving up this right side, has strikes available, and will utilize them onto the zone. A very small zone to utilize, and you actually see them take out Vapor, who was trying to secure the zone for themselves with that splashdown, but with that going into the favor of Towson Tigersharks, strong control now in mid and slowly working their way back for this retake.
I gotta think about those trip strikes, by the way, that were also used, thrown right into the zone. So also getting the follow-up pick. That looked really, really nice on top of it too. It gives them the space that they need. And for Towson Tigersharks, yeah, you lose the zones for a quick bit. It just buys you a little bit of time. Actually, you give up the zones rather because there's a lurking J that gets one more on top of it too. Another member also following suit. Fights happening left and right here from PSU Blue. They get the advantages from every aspect, and now they're moving up just a little bit further. They should be able to penalty points here soon. Especially, with the triple splashdown that's there. The cooler being dished out. Plant picks it up. They will take out V on top of it. The wave breaker also being used. Then Jay wins the duel against Plant, but gets eliminated by themselves. They're rather not by themselves, just eliminated in general. Vapor able to follow up with the paint, but this is going to be an imminent zone split. But Rocket, it is down to the 18-punch main to kick off game 1.
Towson Tigersharks barely live to fight another day. Penalty points not major here, so a great opportunity for the Towson Tigersharks to punch right back. Ori, a nice shot onto Snow. Will find 1-2 in total dead for PSU Blue. The trip strikes just waiting for an opportunity to use them. Cooler up as well in a great position, a great lockout situation that Towson Tigersharks have figured themselves in. Vapor does have a splashdown to utilize, and here comes that Zuka from V finding one onto Kai. A very nice shot there to take out the back line of Towson Tigersharks. Now, moving forward and fast flowing with these specials, the strikes there to cancel out that crab, and the lead will be changed and in favor of the Towson Tigersharks. Kai really being the last player standing on Towson Tigersharks to kind of chip into the zone will allow them to get a couple more points on the board and actually secure the zone and keep it away from PSU.
This is gonna be a very close race to the zone because we got to see a little bit of a slow start there from PSU Blue to get the contest, which does lead to the lead change. But again, still plenty of time left on that clock. They just had to wait for the right time to strike. But you get to see Ori and the gang here for Towson Tigersharks still playing with a lot of pressure right now. Ori flies a little too close to the sun, and PSU Blue takes him out. But it is gonna be two members that have dropped. Snow on the defense gets the splat on the Plant. That's gonna be the delayed wipe too on top of it as the rest of PSU Blue moves moves forward and gets a few more eliminations near the zone. So this will be the chance for PSU Blue to get the lead back if they need it. It's going to have to come with Snow, who just got the triple with the crab earlier, and looking to see if they can provide the space that they need. Big Noob, however, lurking large, is going to distract Snow, but Snow gets the pick onto them, and now this is total control right now from PSU Blue as you get to see the 1-for-1 trade. You got to look for the specials here. The Trip Strikes and the Zukas are online. Trip Strikes being used. All three of them staggered out. The zone changes, but not before Rocket. PSU Blue barely gets the lead. We're coming down to the last 34 seconds. Both team loses 2.
It is now go time for Towson Tigersharks if they want to stay in this. First, you've got to get this zone back. It is a small zone, and you need to prevent Vapor from using that splashdown that could potentially turn the tide of this game. Specials online. J Money with their whales will make things a lot more difficult as the penalty points tick down. The Trip Strikes are available from Ori if they do choose to use it. There they come out. 10 ticks left. Splashdown is available from Vapor. You have to worry about it. Here it goes. Won't quite find the pick needed, but Towson Tigersharks still in control of that zone, just desperately trying to fight over it, but PSU Blue flip it at the buzzer at the final moment there. A back and forward game eventually goes to PSU Blue to kick things off in the set.
You know, Rocket, I knew this was a very close back and forth. It also came down ultimately to critical use of the Trip Strikes from Ori to just stall it out a lot further. Both teams ultimately had the same strategy from start to finish there. Just play aggressive and take all the advantage you can get. This is a replay I can presume is the snow triple that we saw there with that crab tank. Jay does get the follow-up pick onto Ori. I'll take you from here. You got V moving forward on top, and the whale was popped. So this is going to be the ultimate question is, where is Snow going to be placed there, and where is Towson Tigershark going to be at the end? Yeah, there's that crab tank being used. It takes out one. That was just a few shots. Big Noob then gets followed, and then Ori, I think, just stuck on yellow paint. It's just leading to easy picks left and right, and it just opens the door for Snow to get the critical triple. Ultimately, that gave them a big cushion to work with, but Towson at the end were able to wrestle the lead back, but it came down to the last zones cap at the end, and PSU Blue, I mean, Rocket, they just clutched it out in the end of game 1, and hopefully we can see more of this back and forth action throughout this best of 5.
For sure. If that was any preamble to what we're gonna continue seeing, I mean, we are in for an absolute show. And a little underrated feature about that replay that you were talking about, you saw Vapor on that right side as well, kind of funneling the rest of the Towson Tigersharks toward that left side, and then Snow just happened to be there, and then that just converged. That crossfire, which was able to cause that 3 players downs, and I touched on it a little bit. That's just the nature of PSU's comp. That is the strength, just chipping you away, and giving some great opportunities from these other players, such as J Money, such as Snow, to follow up.
I mean, and it just kind of shows just PSU Blue, pretty much the same core 4, just playing as long as they had it. They know exactly what they needed to do as a team, and it kind of just shows time and time again. And for Towson Tigersharks, honestly, a really great effort, and it could carry over to this upcoming game, which I just got to quickly dig up here. It's going to be Inkblot Tower Control, almost the staple of tower control maps coming up here. Both teams should be very familiar if they've been playing comps between long enough to know how this map plays out. So the question now comes is strategy and gameplay. What's the difference here? We're going to be dishing out 2 GG specials. That's the change right away there. Rocket. Ori has the S-Blast. That's the one with the Booyah Bomb. And Kai has that Firefin Scope, I think specifically for the Trip Strike. So a game of control, honestly. A lot of focus around zoning from Towson. That's the game plan that they got coming out.
And it's all going to come down to this special usage. If Towson Tigersharks are able to get that lead, they can secure it fairly easily, but it's going to come down to getting these opening pushes, getting these opening positions to settle up yourself to get that game-winning situation here. You already have the ZNF of Trip Strikes available. Big Noob trying to take this fight with J Money, as J Money has managed to find a nice 2-for-1 trade in that back, leaving Big Noob all alone and trying to stay alive here. They almost are to Cooler, trying to take this fight on the left side, left in a very difficult spot, will at the very least escape with a 1-for-1 trade onto Snow. 1 minute has already passed. A lot has happened in terms of picks, but not a lot in terms of the point total in the middle, as it's been kind of a standstill for that tower.
You know, Rocket, I feel like we can just reuse the same script from game 1 for most of it. It's just the crazy back and forth. It just comes down to the small little advantages, the small little picks that ultimately matter in the end. And Ori, with the earlier pick onto Vapor, kind of opened the door a little bit more. Gets the second pick onto Vapor the same way with that max range shot, and that opens the door a lot because that's the 2 members down. Kai using the trip strikes for pure zoning, and it should slow down PSU just long enough here for possibly the checkpoint. They had to keep leaving it back and forth, and Kai will be the last one to touch it. That will be the checkpoint clear. That's a critical second checkpoint that they just reached there with 3:20 left to go on that clock, and they will just escape here. They will not bite off more than they need to. And Rocket, Towson Tigersharks, critical picks on the Vapor from Ori, and it opened the door for the second checkpoint to be cleared.
And I was talking about it earlier, this is the exact situation you want to be. Settling yourself up with taking out those first 2 checkpoints not only gives yourself a sizable lead to work with, but can set you up really nicely for future pushes in the rare case that PSU is able to punch right back. And knowing the team that PSU is, they are not going to take this one lying down. Still, plenty of the match to go. Kai with trip strikes available for the Towson Tigersharks. Hit a nice shot onto J Money here. Has an opportunity to work up this left side, maybe take Vapor by surprise as well as just daring anybody to go on it. Plant with a nice pick there. Actually, it's Plant, excuse me, managing to move forward with that 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We are now officially halfway to go, and PSU Blue now finally get their first push going.
Now, this is going to be an interesting sub that you're going to have to look out for. That was the Crab Tank used to just use that long-range ability there. Now you're going to see Snows move up for skirmishing. V was there to buy PSU some time. That's going to be 2 for 1, collapsing onto Big Noob, and Plant just trying to jump forward. That's a nice little jump flick there, and it takes out a few more, and Towson Tigersharks completely collapse onto PSU Blue's push here, and PSU Blue not able to make it to the second checkpoint, so to speak, and that was a great attempt there from PSU Blue. The idea was very much sound. B was moving up on that right side with the focus, and PSU was trying to wait just a bit for pure paint control, but Towson just able to respond nicely. Nice little pick there from Plant helps set that one up, and right now, you do get a chance for a possible push 1-4 from PSU. They're just gonna have to pick it up from last time, but I think they're just gonna wait for the right time to strike. Maybe Jay has a chance, able to swim around. Now looking for the opportunity to move forward, and there's Jay able to collapse in, and they get two, and that will be another follow pick with the rest of the team to follow suit. Jay opens the door for the rest of the team to move forward here, Rocket.
Yes, points now going heavily in the favor of PSU Blue as they slowly but surely tick their way up. Just Kai, who you saw got whaled, now left in a very awkward position, will be forced to use these trip tricks to kind of stall out, try to save this push, try to save this checkpoint. However, you see PSU Blue break that checkpoint, just J Money remaining, and they are taken out. So a minute left. Very scary situation if you're on the side of Towson Tigersharks. Yes, you do have that lead, but it is a small one nonetheless. A nice shot, though, onto Snow could potentially change the tide of this. If you're on the side of Towson Tigersharks, we talked about it earlier, you have these GG strikes. You need to make sure they get their value as PSU Blue looks to try to make anything happen. Now on their back foot, onto the tower. 30 seconds remain. This is where it matters the most. You have a little bit of a stagger being caused onto Towson Tigersharks, being left in a difficult position. Plant trying to secure this bats area for Towson Tigersharks. The Zuka being invested. Here comes the counter Zuka to be played out. Vapor splashdown now being used to create more space. Here come all the specials from Towson Tigersharks. The tri-strikes being used. That Booyah Bomb still, though, in the pocket. 10 seconds left, just waiting to be utilized. Ori, that knows what the script is. Here comes the Booyah Bomb, and there just needs to be one player on it. And just like that, Plant secures that game for Towson Tigersharks. And now, we're tied up.
Yep, we're all tied up here. First loss for PSU Blue in the bracket stages, but it comes from a really strong Towson Tigershark team. Just a little bit of readjustment there, and I think it's just way less about the GG specials. I know we talk about it a lot because that is going to be the ultimate setup at the end for defense, but you only get to that point when you have the lead. And Ori opened the door there for 2 nice picks with their S-Blast to make that one count onto Vapor and Ryan in this situation. So this was the attempted push that we're about to see here on this replay there. Kai had to use the trip strikes from just long range just to protect themselves. You just see the sea of yellow paint that was dished out. And this was a valiant attempt there. Plant, I think, Plant just went down, but also the other follow-up members just fell down on top of it. Ori punishes the jump that Jay was having, and with all the members just going down around them, it just led to the clutch defense defense that Towson Tigersharks need. And I mean, for PSU Blue, you had to get the push started early because you knew you're up against a team that has 2 GG specials ready to go. The idea was sound, just not quite there, and that's how we have a tied set coming up to this. And for the Game 3 matchup coming up here, Rocket, the Barnacle and Dime Clan Blitz map, this could be a very fun one coming up.
A very, very open map that provides a lot of long-range advantages to the teams that will utilize it. Now, my first thought immediately goes to what we were mentioning a little bit in that Game 1 with Vapor and Snow having that crab, having that Explosher. Those things will thrive here on Barnacle and Dime. Conversely, though, on the other side, for the Towson Tigers, Kai usually plays those backline weapons. We could see the return of the ZNF Charger if they will want to keep those strikes. We have them as well, I believe, playing on Game 1 that Welsh String as well to provide that support as well. So both sides could be playing with that more pokey style backline, those supportive weapons that can damage and cause and allow their more frontline players to kind of get value out of. Or Townsend Tigersharks can still stick with that ZNF, as Charger is always dangerous on maps such as these.
You know, it's always something to ponder about too, because we see a couple weapons that did get changed at the end here. So Rocket, this is going to be now Game 3. We now basically come to an effective best of 3. I think we can say that for sure. Let's take a look at the weapons here. Yeah, they're just going to stick to the weapons that won them Game 2. I don't fault them whatsoever here. So the focus now is Kai gonna be on that Zekko Firefin scope with the trip strikes, or he just delivered a lot of value with that S-Blast that we saw from that previous game. That's gonna be the interesting thing we're gonna need to keep tabs on, is just the amount of control they have with their specials so they can make it work. And PSU Blue just needs to find an adjustment. That's not gonna be even the way to start it though. Plan just completely gets the slam dunk with that carbon roller, and 2 members already going down for PSU Blue. It's just going to lead to some map control being lost for just a few moments, but nice little response there and from PSU Blue stems the tides. And Rocket already, Vapor has a power clamp ready to go. They might be looking for the time to strike here soon.
Yeah, both sides really just feeling each other out. You have Kai putting out these trip strikes that just cause a bit of disruption, taking out Snow, who I want to point out is not on those dualies. They are on a Gal. No crab will be had for PSU Blue, but I do like the choice of the Gal just to try to up the tempo that PSU Blue wants to play with. You want to play really, really quick if you're on Clan Blitz. Of course, that is where you thrive best. You have Vapor still with that ball, splashdown waiting, just trying to poke away at these members, trying not to be taken out by Ori, but that splashdown hits home. Plant is there for the quick response, though.
Plan immediately moving over to respond quickly, and we get to see both teams. Not able to fight through. Oh my lord! That is Kai on a double snipe. I think that was an individual snipe, and follows it up with a third. Okay, Kai, we see you there with the scope, and it delivers the value, and that is going to be Ori with taking the other splat. That will be the delayed wipeout for sure. Trip strike's already going to be used. This is going to be total control of the base if they can take advantage. That's the first cash in there. Second, the Booyah Bomb for total control around that area will be huge. Ori immediately Squid jumps in to make that the 71 points remain. Excuse me, Squid surges in that regard, and that is a 1+3 push, all assisted by Kai. I think Rocket, more or less Kai was aiming for one person. It just so happens that a second member of PSU Blue just goes right into the sightlines of Kai, and it leads to a big advantage there. Yes, not a big push, but that could mean a lot.
I don't think we can overstate how crucial those picks were for Kai. Remember, they were the last player standing, and they were facing 3 members of PSU Blue coming in. And to turn what looks like a potential PSU Blue push into a counter push themselves to at least get on the board is absolute absurdity. But here they are yet again, knocking at the doorstep of this goal, just trying to get some points on the board, more points on the board. Here comes the strikes, but the quick wipeout to respond to at least keep that to a minimum. It looks very, very dangerous. They're just given the strikes available, given the 5 clams in the pockets of Plant, I believe, and just being able to at least keep it to a 65 total. A very manageable total, by the way. All you need is 2 Super Balls to just get in there, and you have the lead right back. Is absolute huge for PSU Blue as they try to work their way up this left stack.
What's also critical here, Rocket, is also that push didn't quite break it home to pass the 60-point marker, because you just see 2 power clams there that are available, and if PSU Blue is able to pounce on top of it, this could be a critical push coming up. And so far, the fight across the map is leading to PSU Blue getting some small advantages left and right, but they're not able to get the full control yet. Maybe that snipe onto Kai will help get the assist there. Vapor's gonna get collapsed on though. Everybody from PSU Blue staggers a little forward, and Jay is shut down. Vapor has to swim forward to just save the power plant for another push. V's jump is gonna get punished there, and PSU Blue just a step too far ahead there, Rocket, as you saw. Towson Tigersharks defense holds with 1:20 left to go in the clock, and they could be knocking on the door of another potential push, or just zoning out PSU Blue if they can make it work.
You want to get under this point total, you have the resources to do so. Booyah Bomb being invested, you have the Trip Strikes as well ready and loaded to be used here, just waiting for an opportunity to do so. You have to keep your eyes on J Money on this left side, potentially trying to sneak around, but Plant does find that pick, getting the better now. No pesky brush to really worry about. Another pick from Ori as well will help lead this going, and there come the Trip Strikes you saw from Kai. Moving forward, Splashdown being invested, finds 3 actually in total coming out from Vapor, completely changing the script of the game. Hold on, what looks like a potential lockout situation for the Towson Tigersharks has now led to PSU Blue being right back into business here. You just need to get the clams going, but final 30 seconds, these final fights will matter the most.
And that triple splash, and if that does not land, that would have been PSU Blue having to stare at a deficit bigger than 40, because they were juggling 2 power clams for a majority of this game, and they may have a chance to strike. They break the barrier, and Snow naturally spawns one. So now Towson Tigersharks, you have to just prevent Snow from moving forward, though you have to burn the Booyah Ball to make it count. So there is no push imminent, but if we see the points remain, 1 power clam takes it home to 10. They can get 3 more for the lead change, 2 more for the lead change, rather, if they can make this one count. It's just the 1+2 that you need. But for PSU Blue, they just have to find the foot forward. Where will that push start? Both teams are playing neutral right now. They lose Jay on that attempt, and they lose the Snow on top of it. V trying to keep the game alive as Ori is shut down, as V is trying to move their way forward to clear the space that they need, but Towson stalls them just long enough.
Wow.
And they played the neutral games throughout OT, and Towson holds the line a little bit more. Towson takes this to a 2-1 advantage for them. 1 more, and they win Qualifier 4 in Division 1 Top Cut. What a crazy Game 3.
Knocking at the doors of an upset here. After that initial loss, back-to-back wins is exactly how you want to get on track here. Really nicely done from the Towson Tigersharks. It looked very scary in certain moments, especially after that triple splashdown from Vapor, like you mentioned, completely changed the storyline here, but massive props to Towson Tigersharks for being so resilient, and of course Kai with the highlights reel there at the beginning, where they were being pushed. I want to reiterate, they were being pushed back in a 1v3 situation, found themselves a collat. You see it right there. Their teammates are respawning, and then you hit a very nice flick as well onto this jump. Like, I don't even see the player on the screen. I don't see Vapor on the screen, but to get those 3 and to lead Towson Tigersharks to that initial push, it just allowed them to get into that winning position, and massive props to Kai and the rest of Towson Tigersharks. This is exactly where you want to have those plays.
You know, a lot of props for the defense holding for Towson Tigersharks in that Game 3. Obviously, we can talk about that double into the triple there from Kai that ultimately sealed it. But I think the way both games are kind of playing out right now, Rocket, and I think what we could hope for is a Game 5. I'm sure Towson Tigersharks are like, no, we want to end it in 4. You know how fatigue generally goes. It literally is coming down to just one critical play that just changes the flow of the set. And right now we could be seeing an Undertow Rainmaker be potentially won if Towson Tigersharks are able to make this one count. They're gonna have J Money going to the Alta Brush. That's the big change that we see from the brush here. No weapon changes, I believe. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. If you made it work in Target Control, why not make it work in Rainmaker the same way? And that Alta Brush change is gonna loom large, along with the Snow going back to the dualies here, Rocket.
Yeah, Snow with that crab now has another tool to really utilize, but winning formula has been for Towson Tigersharks this comp with the Zap, S-Blast, Carbon, and Z and F. However, 2 players down on both sides leads to a very awkward situation. J Money helping get one onto Plant there, as you see V moving up this left side, has a Zuka available as well, but they are immediately shut down there. Really nice shot from Ori.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Ori there. Ori is gonna get caught in no man's land there with that Rainmaker shot. So this is just so Towson Tigersharks are able to hold them off just a little bit longer, but right now Snow, the one on Rainmaker duties here, as 2 members, by the way, is shut down. They're actually going to be looking to shift it to the right, as everybody has invested left, and Towson Tigersharks just a hair too late on the spot to Snow, and it forces the checkpoint to be clear. Vapor's just going to go full commit to the right, able to hug the ramp and take it to the 35 points remaining. CSULB, that was a very interesting play there, Rocket. They got the advantage, but instead of pushing more to the left, they just swung it the other direction, and they get the first checkpoint just barely, and Vapor is able to extend the lead for CSULB.
This is absolutely the start that you need for PSULB, and Snow is trying to continuously make it worse for Towson Tigersharks all the way down to the 26-point mark, and PSULB still knocking at the doorstep by UJ Money, leading the way. Plant really being the only player in the obstacle. There's no player picking up that Rainmaker here. Snow lands, but will they be able to get more points? Yes, they will. A wipeout will be had, but 13 points is nothing to scoff at all, especially since we saw how locked in Towson Tigersharks were on that Rainmaker, just being able to get a couple more points from 39 to 13. That's all it takes sometimes in these close sets, when the points matter the most, in these tightly contested sets. Just a little bit more makes yourself a little bit more comfortable in the long run.
I mean, we were going to talk about that play, moving to the right side. If PSULB is able to get the dub there, and that 13 points remaining is very safe, but still plenty of time left on the clock here with 2:45 left to go. And we are seeing the 1-for-1 trade here. Towson is just stuck at base. It feels like they've been stuck playing defense this entire game so far. They just haven't broken through the first points of the game. Vapor holding on to this Rainmaker near that left side with a 2:30 left to go on the clock. Now the collapse is there. The follow-up is able to rain through, and Snow not able to get the pick on the Plant. Plant catches them off, and that will be Towson Tigersharks. I think they're just going to try to let the Rainmaker reset here, Rocket, just to reclaim any space that they can get, and this is just going to be an interesting finish here as the more this game progresses. Actually, I lied. Apparently, they will pick up the Rainmaker, but now the question is, can they hold on to it as long as they can, Rocket? That's going to be that ultimately time is going to tell. Less than 2 minutes left.
So much has happened, it's feel like, but there's still 2 minutes on the board, Q, and I mean, there's still plenty of time for Towson Tigersharks to at least put up a solid fight. A solid fight to maybe get something going here, as 2 players are down, though, on the side of Towson Tigersharks, being stopped, thankfully, by that burst bomb from Ori, as the PSULB know they just have to go straight for the kill. There is no leaving it up to chance with their backs against the wall, and they are playing just like it. They are playing possessed, as you see Kai moving on this right side, just trying to move slowly but surely back up into mid, but if you're on the side of Towson Tigersharks, you gotta take things one step at a time. PSULB just trying to stop you at every corner. You still have yet to get that checkpoint. As a matter of fact, no points have been scored in the favor of Towson Tigersharks yet, so just trying to get something going is going to be their first step, but now with a minute left, time is running out to do so.
1 minute left to go on the clock. A lot of things you have to keep an eye on here, Rocket. This is a big lead. Penn State Blue gets the wipeout, and this is now 55 seconds left to go on the clock. They are going to likely pick up this Rainmaker. They barely have enough time left for the assault. So that's about 10 seconds in. They could hover this Rainmaker onto this left side here and hang on to it for as long as they can. They got a very comfortable lead. They have total control from the very start. You may not want to gamble more. So now they're going to hope that Towson Tigersharks goes up to them. V is trying to prevent that right now as they follow up with a 3. That is a critical pick, though. Ori gets the pick onto Vapor to at least keep any hopes alive here in Game 4 for the Towson Tigersharks. V and the PSULB are just gonna hover around this Rainmaker and defend it for dear life. It's gonna have to start mattering right now with 14 seconds left to go on the clock. This is gonna be the biggest moment that Towson Tigersharks need to at least get anything going, but they're gonna lose members left and right. They just have to start by picking up this Rainmaker at the very least. Jay is flying from the rafters to make something happen, but they do not have enough time to pick up the Rainmaker. And Rocket, of course, we go to Game 5 in Division 1 Finals here in this qualifier. We are in for a huge treat at the very end.
We couldn't have it any other way. The finals go to overtime here. We are in Game 5. For those joining us, we have PSULB versus Towson Tigersharks. Best of 5 grand finals here. It's all gonna be determined on our final map, Splat Zone Tacklefish Market. But from start to finish, PSU Blue was able to control that one, play it how they want to play it, and they didn't hold back at all. Towson Tigersharks unable to get anything going, a little bit of a punch in the mouth, but they gotta remember they're also have 2 victories under the belt as well. They know they have won against this team already, but if there's anything to speculate, remember, PSU Blue did win on that first zone maps with it being Urchin Underpass, so will Townsend Tigersharks change things up here a little bit now that they have lost on that Rainmaker map? It's going to be the big question, as we kind of already know with this being 4 games in our pocket, a little bit of what to expect from both sides.
Yeah, as you noted there too, we welcome in an audience who just watched in from the main CCA channel. Of course, Keon Rocket on the other side as well. Just to give you guys a quick game recap, the rest of here, Game 1 was the dub there, as you noted, with PSU Blue. The next 2 games was Towson Tigersharks getting the dub. They switch Ori to the S-Blast. Kai switches over to the Zeko Firefin scope. They get the dub in Game 2 and 3 through some critical game-winning picks there. Ori in Game 2, Game 3 was Kai. You just saw in the previous matchup, for those who are wondering, that was PSU Blue with a very convincing dub into that Rainmaker game, where basically the play was they got the advantage, swung it from left to right, and then just kept pushing right the entire time. Towson was just several steps behind to just making it count, and that's where we are. And I mean, Rocket, I think for the entire audience that's tuning in, we're gonna be in for a special treat here in Game 5. This has truly been absolute cinema. Let's get that out of the way. So let's see what we have here for Game 5. Rocket, as PSU Blue, are they gonna go anything to their bag of tricks? No, they're just gonna stick with the Octobrush and the dualies. On the other side, it is gonna be Ori on that bucket. So what we saw from Game 1 was the regular slosher. Ori's gonna be back on that once more. Kai sticks with the Zeko Firefin scope. That's what we have for our weapons.
Yes, we will have double trip strikes coming out from Townsend Tigersharks, and of course the map is Splat Zone Tacklefish Market. You wouldn't have it any other way. The zone map for some people, as PSU Blue do lose V very, very early on, so that first control will go into the favor of Townsend Tigersharks. Ori poking away at this right side, trying to find any value they can. Actually finds one onto Vapor. That is absolutely huge, as you see Ori continuously moving forward, trying to get some distraction onto PSU Snow as well. But you see how contested this opening has been. It's pretty much been the story of this set.
It feels like we cannot understand it more, but the thing that we didn't really call out for in all of the games leading up to this point, the picks to the backline starts to change everything when it happens. Vapor going down to Ori really was the big thing, and then you get to see several picks onto the Kai, which then means everything just follows through. It's basically like a domino effect, to say the least. And right now, Towson Tigersharks, great control right now in this Hacklefish Market zones. The response needs to be there. Jay not able to land one of their zip caster shots, but that's gonna be okay. Kai somehow going down on that zip caster shot. Not sure how that worked out, but that is gonna be PSU Blue. They get the zones flip, and now PSU able to trying to get rid of the rest of the stragglers. Ori is just lurking large at the end, and right then and there they get rid of Ori, and Rocket and PSU Blue, they're out the penalty points. Now they're looking for the time to strike.
Yes, Plant waiting for someone to strike, but V actually finds the better of them in that situation. That is a huge pick. Now Carbon no longer a factor, and another goes into the favor as well. The zap going down. Now V moving forward has a jump to camp as well. Plant, yes, again goes down, and now you're contesting Kai. V is doing absolute monstrous work, camping in this left side, completely shutting down what Townsend Tigersharks are attempting to do. Here comes the Zuka to boot as well, almost finding a couple picks. They do find a pick onto Big Noob. V is playing out of their minds.
There, V is playing out of their mind. That was great. That was huge right now. Now your focus is onto the zone. The 3 members have dropped. This has to be go, 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 and go. Will they have enough time? The answer is no. V causes the game-winning picks for PSU Blue. PSU Blue wins CCA. See, the qualifier 4 on the second split, the first split of this second half. Oh my goodness, V locked in for PSU Blue when it mattered.
I said something similar about Kai in that game 3 about Barnacle and Dime. In these games, in these moments, you got to rise up. You got to rise to the challenge, and that is exactly what V did. Not only somehow surviving that initial shark coming out from Plant, but moving forward with aggression, getting another pick onto Plant yet again on that jump, moving in to get to Kai as well, and then on the tent with the Zuka finding one onto Noob. Just absolutely wonderful sequence of events there that created so much space for PSU Blue. Mind you, if Plant was able to get that pick onto V, none of this would have happened either. You see it right here, almost getting the pick. V so low in that situation, but staying alive and thriving just absolutely secured that one for PSU Blue, as it created so much space that Towson Tigersharks just didn't have the time to cover.
You know, I'm gonna be real, Rocket. I think with this entire set has been almost critical plays that made the difference. I know people talk about highlights. This is just what was the one play that basically made all the difference in the set. Game 5 was just V. Because let's be real, V getting the flanks off, and then the important thing too is the rest team also followed up too. But V staying in their base long enough and getting the immediate value that they could out of the shot was huge. If you shut down V, everything should start to trickle down. Towson was just a few seconds too late on the 3-down situation at the very end, and I mean, you had V being the showcase in Game 5. Game 3, I believe that was Kai. Game 2 was Ori. It was just players just showing up when it absolutely mattered. 1 and 4 were all amazing team efforts the rest of the way. You couldn't have asked for an amazing Division 1 finals here in Qualifier 4 for the circuit season. I mean, the seconds was just off to a roaring start here, Rocket. Now, let's just get that out of the way.
Absolutely, Keon. Massive agreed there. I mean, best of 5. All Game 5 couldn't have ended in any better way possible, but it's not all doom and gloom for Towson Tigersharks. They made it to second. They pulled off a heck of a fight against the, I would argue, heavily favored PSU Blue. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people did not expect it to go this far, but I mean, Towson Tigersharks have made themselves a team to fear. Remember, they didn't qualify in the top 6 for Split 1, but I mean, if that's any indication of how they're gonna go through this in Split 2, I mean, they're gonna be a team to watch out for.
Yeah, you noted there too. They finished 14th. Towson Tigersharks with 57 points in Split 1. I mean, PSU Blue, they already got top 6. They're just looking to see if they can get more reps in and more points on the board. They came home with yet another dub, but a massive props to Towson Tigersharks, just able to hang firm. And I mean, there's nothing to sneeze at. This is a team to absolutely be worried about in the second split if you're anybody playing in Division 1. I mean, the final is 3-2 PSU Blue, and in what has been a very entertaining best of 5 here in this Division 1 finals, and that I'm glad was there. We are about to get the raid out of the way here. Rocket, quick plugs here before I send us off.
Yes, you can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky. You can also find me at Rocket_Splat on Twitch. That's really all you can find me at. Keon, what about you?
Yeah, you guys can find me. You guys can find me Keon2570 Blue Sky and on Twitch. I'll be streaming on Tuesday for a playthrough stream, but you guys can hear me commentating a lot of the sets there. I'm going to Sea Battle this Saturday, so if you guys are going into the Sea Battle, I will hope to see you there. Also, massive shout out to Neptune for production today.
Yes.
But we're about to get the raid over here. We're about to get the raid out of here with Neptune producer, Rocket, my co-commentator. I am Keon saying, have yourselves a fantastic rest of the week. You have watched the CCA Circuit Season 2 here on SplatoonTourney. We'll see you guys next time.